Shit, hang on. Where the fuck am I? There I am, hello. Uh, give me a... I did forget to set things up before all this. There we go. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, it's been a while, hasn't it? It's been a long while, hasn't it? Feels good. This is... This is our pride and joy, what we've been working on. That you're staring at right now. Give me a moment to adjust this volume a bit. Alright. Is it possible to play this on Arch? I don't use Linux, but the recommendation is to use Proton. If you need tech support, the Portal Series Beta Research Discord has people who have gotten it running on Linux. So, if you need any help there, yeah. Okay, so welcome everyone. We are here, Portal 2, Project 2009. As you've seen, I'd hope that you people have seen my most recent video where I talked about the project. But if you want to know part of why I've been in the background not making shit for so long, this project was one part of them. And it's been 4 years. It's been 4 years since I made that video. You've heard my spiel already, but now we're here. Maybe it's not finished with the voice acting, but I mean, who knows? We're part of the push to get it released was the hope that maybe we would find someone willing to voice act GLaDOS for us, and we are getting some people. Unfortunately, we don't have anything set up right now for auditions in that regard. Maybe eventually we'll have something for that. Why are the menu buttons in this weirdly spaced out? There used to be 2 more buttons here, but we got rid of them because we cut them for time. That's the first thing I'm gonna say. We might... I think we might fix them in the next patch to bring them closer together. But we originally had a button for versus mode and making stuff in Puzzle Maker. Those were cut for time because we didn't know what the fuck versus mode will look like. It was mostly just an experiment that we did to see how it'll go. And getting the Puzzle Maker working was something else entirely of a thing to do. I don't get you my... It's more air in this room. So this stream is going to be kind of a part 1.5 to that video I put out about the mod. Question: when I boot the game, none of the actual text appear with chapter names and menu buttons. Why? You probably installed it incorrectly. Is there some way to get this thing to stop trying to pull your workshop subscriptions? You have to update the plugin that we use for the mod to force Portal 2 to stop. For now, there are some other solutions. I know some solutions have involved like copy pasting your workshop install into the maps folder. What I do is I symlink. If you don't know what symlinking is, I can't. I don't have the capacity to explain it right now. Especially because I'm not a computer nerd. But that will be fixed in next patch anyways. Once the plugin is updated, because like we were like discussing. Oh yeah, we should probably get this like done. You know, we should probably get this like make sure the workshop maps are downloaded in this mod. We said like a few months ago. We forgot. We just forgot. It was that simple. We had like more pressing things. Says Portal 2 game. Yeah, that means you've installed the mod incorrectly, or it's like pulling localization strings that it's trying to pull localization strings that it can't find. I can't really tech support that unless like hack into your computer or something and figure it out. Is a place to report bugs. You have to just go to the Portal Series Beta Research Discord for that. We have already fixed a few soft locks. It's just a matter of then like preparing things for release once we've got the big stuff down. Yeah. Anyways, I'm not gonna be here to tech support everything. You have the Portal Series Beta Research Discord. It's linked on increw.net. You know where to find it. So, let's get into the MO for what we're doing here. The MO here is that I'm going to play through this with developer commentary enabled. I've seen some people who like pop this open, see that we edited the menu to pop open this to tell you, hey, you should probably enable developer commentary mode. And then people would be like, oh, I don't need that. I know everything about Portal 2. I saw this one streamer. I don't know who. I saw this one person who like, yeah, I don't need this. I know everything. And then they didn't know anything. It was very funny. So yeah, don't doubt the knowledge that has gone into making this mod. Is what I'm saying. Part of this is also I'm gonna be able to provide my own input into what's going on here. If anyone here has gone through developer commentary and might still have questions. Is it my cat? Huh. I have my cat meowing. The point here is that you're going to have the developer commentary. I'm going to play through that. And if anyone has any questions that developer commentary doesn't answer, you can just ask me. And I'll do my best to answer that. How do you beta? You die. It's a lot of death involved. Just give me a moment. I gotta see where my cat is now. I heard him meowing. I think she wants me. Got my cat. You might hear her during the stream every now and then. Thank you. Here, if I like me, go on. Oh my goodness, you hear her? She's going off. All right. So without further ado, let's get started.
I'm Lightvex and welcome to Project 2009. The goal of this mod is to recreate the 2009 campaign accurately as a sort of digital museum experience for Portal 2's development. This means that we did a lot of research and tried to recreate everything exactly the way it looked like, without trying to improve anything or make it look better. These commentary notes will provide more context on things we figured out along the way, and explain why it's different from what you might expect. There's a lot of them and they're long, So if you wanna turn them off, you can do so at any time by starting a new game. This is a mod we've been researching and working on for the last 4 years, and a lot has happened in that time. Working on it had become a part of our lives, and we've met many people along the way. I'm glad to finally get it out, and I hope you like it.
There were quite a few different intros drafted for Portal 2, the most infamous of which being what is dubbed as the test intro, a test video made in Maya where the player would be awoken in a relaxation vault and taken by a vac tube through the vast backstage of Aperture Science, eventually leading to the relaxation vault from the original Portal. While we know the test intro was used in-game for a time thanks to the presence of an entity whose sole purpose is to play a video on the player's screen, we have more evidence to suggest that the November era of 2009 used a motel, much like the final game. Developer interviews reveal that the motel room in the final game originally contained a mirror in it, to show players that they weren't Chell. This immediately created a time frame of development we weren't aware of, in which Mel had to have existed alongside the motel, which made the decision fairly easy as to what intro we had to depict. We were especially glad to not have to remake the insanely intricate and frankly confusing test intro.
So, intro. Many people were surprised that we didn't have the test intro, and as that dev note explains, the reason why we didn't is because of this thing. This is something that we didn't really get to go in full depth on didn't get to do fully in depth in the developer commentary on. This mirror is an unused entity called Prop Mirror. It is in Portal 2's files. It's still compiled in the final game, but it's a little bit janky. It requires a very specific model that we only have the texture for, and the model that you see here is a recreation of what the model would have looked like from the texture, because we still have the UVs and stuff there to work off of. Secondly, I think some people may have spotted or recognized the props that were used in the sequence from Aperture Tag, because Aperture Tag reuses the unused motel props that fold up. They just say as much in their developer commentary. And finally, the motel, This is a rendition of the docking station that is mentioned at the start of Portal 2. It seems like the entire gag of the docking station came from this original incarnation where, you were docked at a test chamber track. This is my developer commentary node. My first one. It's also the longest in the mod. So, I'm not gonna play this node because it's like 3 minutes long. I saw on Timer Vickers' stream, he was like, what the fuck? Like, he was like, concerned that... He was like, concerned how long this node was. That's kind of just the thing of like, I don't know how else to spread out that information. Like, you're gonna hear us say things like pre-hub, post-hub, and robo-repair, and, reslist and all this shit, and it's like, you're not gonna know what that means. It's like mumbo-jumbo to people. Like this node scrolls. It is one of the few that scroll in the mod. But for consistency's sake, I'll just explain quickly as best I can. Pre-hub is the sequence before GLaDOS. It's what the internal files refer to this stage of the game as. We call everything after GLaDOS post-hub. That's not an official designation. That's just what we informally call it to match with pre-hub. The final hours of Portal 2 is that digital ebook by Jeff Keighley that has screenshots, concept art, and like a lot of information about Portal 2's development. Res lists are resource listing, which is a file that Valve uses to check for unused content, we think, because what it does is that it scans every map lists what model, texture, and sound it uses, and then outputs that into files that are still left over in the final game. And there's about 600 of these files, which, because they're divided between LST and SND, that means that there's only about 300 of these levels. So we have references to 300 levels and through the resource listing, and we use those a lot. There's also Robot, and the final thing is Robot Repair, which is a VR demo for the HTC Vive. Thanks for explaining quickly. Let's spend attention span on a goldfish. Robot Repair is a HTC demo Vive thing. It's a Source 2, the first ever Source 2 public thing, well, one of the first ever Source 2 public thing beyond Destinations and Dota 2. It had cancelled Half-Life 3 stuff in it. That's not important though. Everyone knows about that. The shit that the Portal community was fixated on was that Valve imported all of the internal content repo for Portal 2 into Source 2, and then forgot to clear out the file that mentioned all the files that were in that list before they deleted it. So we have basically every single Portal 2 map name, like, ever made. It's like 2,000 maps in there.
Valve seemed really intent on further utilizing the relaxation vault concept early in Portal 2's development. In the video of F-Stop's intro at GDC 2011, a sequence would play out where a lovely, picturesque island scene revealed itself to be fake, before trapping the player in a relaxation vault that would then deliver them to testing. This idea stuck with the Portal 2 team even once the F-Stop premise was cancelled. As in the final game, the table in the relaxation vault tries to attach itself to a missing lift entity. Given the fact that the cables below the relaxation vault from their first Portal were cut, it was pretty easy to work out that Valve's original vision for the intro of Portal 2 was that the relaxation vault would rise into place.
Just turn the developer commentary audio up. I mean, I can turn the game commentary up. We just haven't had the resources to audio balance everything with the game. Main problem is with that node, I think I'm able to quite discern the connection between opposite that node covered. It's just like a dictionary. That node is like basically a dictionary of like things we are going to say, because we say Robot Repair a lot, and it's like and it's like, if you're not aware of what we mean by that, you're gonna be very confused.
Commence standing by.
Is your OC a
3,
Sergil?
2,
Is my head made of cheese? No, I'm a shark dragon.
1. Hello, and again, welcome to the Aperture Science Computer Aided Enrichment Center. We are currently experiencing technical difficulties due to circumstances of potentially apocalyptic significance beyond our control. However, thanks to emergency testing protocols, testing will continue. I will provide instructional and motivational support so that science can still be done, even in the event of environmental, social, economic, or structural collapse. The portal will open and emergency testing will begin in 3, 2, 1.
Elsie has beef with the light? No, I'm just playing. It's funny to play with the light while GLaDOS talks. So, This is a real thing left over in Portal 2. It is a command called SV enable hold rotation. It allows you to rotate objects when you're holding them. That's about all we have to say about that. Actually, I do have more to say about that, but it will only become relevant once we hit the laser chambers.
Cube and button-based testing remains an important tool for science. even in a dire emergency. Good.
Pull them out.
For Portal 2 Project 2009, midway through our development, we switched from a Source SDK 2013 base to a Portal 2 source mod base. This made the game a lot more stable, however, it introduced a lot more accuracy problems, as the game now felt more like Portal 2 Retail rather than Portal 1. To remedy these new problems, I developed a server plugin that would attach itself to the game at launch and manually alter how the game worked to give us more control over how the game felt, leading to a number of welcome ports from Portal 1 and restorations from 2009 that we found during our research. One of my personal favorite changes we made with this was bringing back the Portal 1 throwing mechanic. Go ahead and try it out by clicking when holding the cube.
Portal 1. So, a few things to say about this room that we did not discuss in developer commentary. This stain, and this stain, and this stain are still in the final map, but out of bounds. Like, way off out of bounds. I'm not even sure how Valve managed to compile the map because it should have leaked. Broken Dropper is also something else. We have a resource listing of this map, as mentioned, as resource lists I mentioned in my dev commentary node. It loads all the assets required to have that cube dropper breaking sequence from Portal 1, and to add on to all that, there is, it might be a bit hard to see here, but there is this T-junction at the top here. This T-junction does not exist in Portal 1. This is actually from the Chamber 9 escape, when you revisit Chamber 9 and escape. So they straight up just like brought like the logic and geometry, everything from Chamber 9 in Portal 1 and put it into Chamber 0 so that they could have the cube break the dropper.
You have just passed through an Aperture Science Material Emancipation Grill, which erases most Aperture Science equipment that touches it. If you feel liquid running down your neck, relax, lie on your back, and apply immediate pressure to your temples. You are simply experiencing a rare reaction in which the Material Emancipation Grill may have erased the ear tubes inside your head.
Can you get soft locked on a button puzzle by using the rotation feature? Maybe. I don't know. I was wondering what the devs intended by like the fact that Portal 1 Cryopod and Portal 2 Resolution Vaults coexist. Yeah, like you said, I do think the idea is that the Realization Vaults, the Cryopods beds are like short term, but the motels, all that stuff is like long term, like centuries. Maybe. That's just an interpretation, though. We don't know what they were
Due
thinking.
to events beyond our control, some testing environments may contain flood damage or ongoing tribal warfare resulting from the collapse of civilization. If groups of hunter-gatherers appear to have made this or any test chamber their home, do not agitate them. Test through them.
Alright, see what God just say
Included
again.
in Portal 2's SDK, an unrelated elevator instance named Destructed Arrival Soundscape Override Alt contains leftover viz groups from the final game's Chamber 01. These viz groups mostly consist of art removals, some of which date back to this point in development. Using these viz groups and early promotional material for the chamber, we were able to restore its original layout and detailing. Our best theory for how this happened is that the original creator of the instance at Valve made a copy of Chamber 01 sometime in 2010 and simply removed everything except the one soundscape they needed, while forgetting to remove the leftover viz groups.
Who knew what that Valve dev was cooking when they made that instance? Why does it feel like a Portal 1 mod instead of a Portal 2 mod? the plugin does a lot for that.
You performed this test better than anyone on record. This is a pre-recorded message.
And it's funny because we technically do just have Portal 2 movement still, with some Portal 1 features still, like object throwing. So, audio, the Portal 1 assets still being used everywhere. Yeah. So, because the stream is meant to be like the ultra nerd shit, like if you're here and you've played the developer commentary mode and you want to hear more, I've got way more to talk about here. What isn't mentioned in this node about the leftover map parts is that it has an overlay that we don't have the texture for. The texture is called light cracks. We have spotted light cracks in concept art and like paintovers, but we do not have the texture for light cracks. This is just a temporary thing based on one of the oil stain textures in the game, so that we can have light cracks, kind of. But it's not what the actual thing looks like, and we know what the actual thing looks like, we just can't actually get the texture. People have tried to identify the texture, but it's very hard because there's like a lot of like perspective correction, and then you have to like search for like 5 million like concrete crack like source textures. Are all these voice lines for GLaDOS genuinely left over in the files? So, okay, most of these lines are leftovers from the final game. However, not all of them do we have audio for. If there's any that use text-to-speech, that's us, like, we know most of the text-to-speech lines are, like, we have the transcript, but not the audio, or in some cases, when our original GLaDOS Impressionist was still able to work before health issues cropped up. For example, this line.
Offers no challenge,
this is the
and
Impressionist.
therefore cannot legally be labeled a test. It is an activity. Simply approach the podium and pick up an Aperture Science handheld portal device. With it, you can create your own blue portals.
But the important thing is you may have just heard a sudden cut to Elle McLean. This is because Valve would do this as well. Like, if GLaDOS in 2009 ever said any word or phrase that comes from Portal 1, Valve would take the audio and splice in the Portal 1 audio, like, directly. So we did the same for our Impressionist and her lines. Just like the final game, the portal gun pedestal was broken, and approaching it causes the floor to collapse, sending you plummeting into the backstage of Aperture Science. We can be certain this sequence existed as far back as 2009, thanks to a whiteboard sketch posted by Josh Weir, lead developer of Portal 2. It depicts a broken chamber floor that will drop the player into what Valve at first dubbed the gallery. Alright. Nerd shit time. This hole that in Portal 1 is intended for the portal gun to fire through, this plastic hole, is visible in some portfolio screenshots. Sorry, oh my god. It's visible in some portfolio screenshots because some Valve level designers and environment artists preferred to show the beta version of these levels, and there's just like imagine it's like the final Portal 2 destruction here, but there's this floating hole. This like floating frame of a hole left there. It's stupid.
Excellent. You have lifted the portal device off the podium. This ends the activity portion of today's test. Please proceed to the lift.
Jump gel and the dev test is the portal sound the player jumps on that. Is that normal? Yes, that is normal. that is a restoration of how they used to use Portal sounds before they got their own special gel sounds later in development. So that's roughly how gel sounded like in when they had pulled it into Portal 2 project, because the tag developers before Portal 2 had the gels, the people hired from Tag to Power to Paint were working on a little side project thing for a while called Portal Paint. It wasn't really like a fully realized game. Tyler Vicker talked about it once, but Portal Paint was more of like a test bed for like gel for like them porting the gel like paint system from Tag into Source. So when you see the bounce gel in dev test and it's playing the Portal sounds, that's how it was.
Welcome, friend. Gabe Johnson here, founder and CEO of Aperture Science, the best dab applied sciences company on Earth. You may also be asking, Gabe, where am I? When can I leave? Am I in danger? Let me answer them questions with a question. Who is ready for a science adventure?
The lines in this section are improvised, like the last lines. No, actually. These are f-stop lines that we, okay, first things first. We don't know if Cave Johnson ever got, like, voice acted in f-stop. We just know that he had lines. Like, we don't know if he had voice acting. But we have the choreo scenes, and we have some of it, like, the line contents, because some are reused for the final Portal 2, and some appeared in the Portal 2 ARG, Potato Fool's Day, before the game released. Because there was a BBS server that you could hook into that was hosted by a Valve employee for the ARG, and sometimes it will display these company messages, and they're from Cave, and they're reusing Cave lines from f-stop. There's also the casting call that was leaked in 2008, where it had a bunch of sample lines. This line that played here is the line that played here is from the casting call, like, directly. It's very funny, we made a very accurate remake of the Fembot, because the mannequin in Portal 2 in the final game, the one that's used for the turret shooting range, is from f-stop, and it's called Bot Male, and we knew of Bot Female because if you're a Team Fortress 2 fan, expiration date, the dummy that the spy uses during that montage with the scout, is a modified version, or at least was based on Bot Fem from f-stop. And we have an earlier texture that's more directly based on the original mesh, so this model was recreated from that, and then we put clothes on her so you can't even see it. You can't even see the mesh. Which is the funniest part about it. Any plans to have an actual voice actor for Cave? Again, as mentioned, we don't know if f-stop Cave Johnson ever got voice acted. So, if we have, like, direct confirmation, yes, Valve had a voice actor, and then they got, like, them to record lines during f-stop development, then sure, but for now, to keep scope small, Cave Johnson is text-to-speech. Worth mentioning, the BotFem texture also contained the UV map export in its alpha channel, giving us the exact topology. Yep, thanks Disco. How come the inside of the exhibits don't have proper textures? It's like that in the screenshot. Maybe I should, like, set up a system for me to pull over, like, screenshots into this. Because I say, like, oh yeah, the screenshot. But, like, y'all don't know. You probably don't know. So let me go in quickly and see about... Yes, here is the screenshot from the final hours of Portal 2. You can see that it is depth textured. It's just depth textured. Just you know. No, this section is a repeat. I'm gonna hide this for now.
The diorama is a sequence Valve made to try to preserve some of the history they came up with for Aperture during the development of F-Stop. According to Josh Weir, the idea was that it would play out a bit like a theme park ride, even including a whole song about Aperture's history. We had 2 screenshots to go off of for this area. However, we also had a third, very low resolution screenshot from the GDC talk that showed a 2010 version when they moved the screenshot to their newly formed Old Aperture section. This third screenshot actually depicts a diorama card texture in the vein of the one you're standing in front of that we had to recreate. Res lists of this Old Aperture version also confirm that there was a third diorama card, which left us scratching our heads for a while as we tried to figure out what it was. We ultimately ended up learning, thanks to a tip-off, that the third one depicted a chicken confused about a portal gun. The diorama was slowly overtaken over the course of development by Old Aperture itself, as the two functionally serve the same purpose of showing Aperture's history. All that remains of the diorama in the final game is the singular trophy case next to Cave Johnson's portrait.
Lives spent wandering aimlessly, cowering before authority, and drinking concussive amounts of home-distilled potato alcohol make hobos the perfect test subjects. The hobo questions nothing, will follow orders, if fed, and, like all hobos, has a restless, wandering heart.
That's an F-stop line. Or at least it's written in the context of F-stop. This is the one that we have the low resolution image of. Bringing back this, let's quickly change that over. Here it is. Look at how low resolution that is. We didn't have very many details to work off of. Disco did her best, but we could have made. She does think she could have done this better. I think she is in chat. She can confirm. But I do want to note that that song that was mentioned in a Disco's commentary node, that was something we learned from Josh Weir. Josh Weir did an interview with Did You Know Gaming about Portal 2's development, and he mentioned the inspiration for the diorama being a Disneyland ride. The song never got made, is the thing. It was like, oh yeah, it would be funny. This is like a idea we had. We thought it would be funny if that was a song.
Science isn't about why, it's about why not. Why is so much of our science dangerous? Why not marry safe science, if you love it so much? In fact, why not invent a special safety door that won't get you on the way out, because you are fired? Not you, son, you are doing fine. So, you might be wondering, why you? Simply, you folks get better scientific results than animals. Why? For one, your tramps, lunatics, foundlings, what have you, can bring problem-solving ability to test environments with a facility that shames lower ruminants. For another, you have thumbs.
So yeah, that's why we think that's why we think it was confirmed to have a chicken here. Yeah. Yeah, I need to be known that the screenshot isn't low resolution because, oh, that's the best that could be done. No, it's because it's from the GDC talk that Eric Wolpaw and Chet Faliszak did. And it's in the corner of, like... It's in the corner of, like, a big, like, nice slide. And it's tiny. It's like this small image. Like, in the corner. And that's the best capture we have of it. Aperture logo. This is the other screenshot, the one that has the chicken visible in the back. Why don't we look at that? There he is. There's chicken. There's chicken. So we thought, like, we didn't have any information to go off of, like, the last few exhibits. So it's like, okay, this is, like, showing off a scientist, and this is showing off a farmer. So, okay. So let's have a farmer showing off his chickens. The scientist showing off the portal gun. 2 Fort Cow. I have nothing more to say about 2 Fort Cow. $5 from Double Positive. Your mod is beautiful in a way and amazing as it generally feels like playing some old build Portal 2 and not recreation of it. Thank you very much. I don't want to take all the credit though. Like I know I'm the one who people will know the most, but this is a mod team, but this is a mod by many other people over 4 years. I think make sure to respect everyone whose names are in the credits as well. So this hole. Nerd shit time once more. If we look closely at this image, and we look all the way at the back, like let's really zoom in, you can see that the velvet ropes here are separated, unlike the other image where they are linked up properly. They had a unique model for this. But for some reason, for the other side, they changed them to this, single ropes. All the way in the back, notice how there's 3 ropes, 3 velvet ropes on each one? The last one is missing the middle one. So that, combined with the Josh Weir whiteboard sketch, is why we put a hole at the end of this. Because, you know, let's just let my node play out. Also stemming from the aforementioned whiteboard drawing mentioned at the start of this map, the cave was a seemingly small transitional space that connected the diorama to the portal gun room. This whiteboard drawing also labels it as containing cave art. Whether this was referring to the cave having scrollings drawn by Doug Ratman, or there was art of Cave Johnson, we don't know. But it was easiest to just draw some arrow scrollings in. Alright, so, about the arrow scrollings. Let's go to this area real quick. This area is the bit from Portal 2 that was actually placed under the Chamber 02, over there. So, you know, it tells you to find the portal gun, you go over, you fall down, and this is where you fall into the final game. In the final game, they have the panels propped up against the wall with arrows pointing you, go this way. So, on the other side, so we thought, okay, there's like art in this cave. It's probably just like Ratman, like drawing, like go this way. Funny lights. We had no reason to make these physics props, but it was cool. Yeah, let's get into position. Lantern. Yeah, it says lantern props are from Portal 1's development. They are used in one place in the final Portal 1. Where is Final Allies of Portal 2? There it is. Oh, the screenshot's a bit big because I scaled it up. Here is this. This is the area. It's a pretty close recreation, all things considered.
One of the few 2009 areas we have screenshots of is the original location for the portal gun pickup in Portal 2. This area was slowly iterated on over the course of Portal 2's development to become the Ratman Den, with the murals depicting the history of GLaDOS, but at first had many more scrawlings that were difficult to replicate. However, it had to be done, and so in photo editing software, I perspective corrected and traced each scrawling. During this process, we discovered that the screenshot we were referencing was cropped at the sides. The thumbnail for viewing this screenshot in The Final Hours of Portal 2 is more complete and shows a scrawling of a companion cube, which we wouldn't have been able to see in its entirety otherwise.
So I actually have some things to say about this room, because when we rebooted the mod, I was the one who started on the recreation of this room, but Choco there was the person who brought it to completion and finally finished the remake as accurate as possible. So the thing about the Ratman room in the final game, because this is the area where there's the spiraling stairs or panels, and you get the portal gun up top. And then there's mirrors with GLaDOS along the sides. This is the exact same area as Portal 2, and it's because of these things back here. I call this Stonehenge. These weird brushwork remnants that we just have zero explanation for. They're just here. If I were to actually quickly stop by, and you know what, we're gonna go to Intro 3. We're gonna go to the actual map. Just so you all can see. Here it is. They are in the final game. It's wonderful, isn't it? So there you go. Is Mars reboot? No, I'm just saying we had a point in development while we're making this where we scrapped everything and started over. Kind of. We're gonna need to do one more field trip after this node.
In the retail version of this map, we were perplexed to discover a saucepan physics prop hidden under the floor. This prop had seemingly been placed before the floors turned into displacement terrain, and thus was buried and forgotten about. Initially, we believed that this was a remnant from 2009, but upon closer inspection of the screenshot of this room from The Final Hours of Portal 2, we could not find the saucepan. We believe it was added to the game sometime after the screenshot was taken.
So, why don't I show you guys the saucepan? One more field trip. Alright. There it is. It's just buried here. Like right here, right behind this panel. They just forgot about this. It's frankly incredible. So yeah, that saucepan kind of became an in-joke on the team.
Multiple pieces of concept art depict a very destroyed version of Chamber 3 from the original Portal, and if you look closely, you can notice that these images are actually paint overs of in-game screenshots. And eagle-eyed researchers have noticed that the observation room window has multiple panes of glass actually removed, which led us to believe that, much like in the final game, we were always intended to enter this chamber from its observation room. When we first recreated this room, we decided to keep the original layout from Portal 1. However, playtesting quickly revealed why Valve chose to redesign this room. With the original layout, you only had to place one portal to beat it, and some playtesters were even getting confused on which direction to go, despite the marked exit sign. Ultimately, we decided to just reuse the final game's layout, but widening its ladder hallway to match leftover geometry found within the map.
So, that concept art. Let's bring it up. Here it is. This is a paint over of Chamber 03 from Portal 1. If you look in the back, you can see that the window panes have the refract of the glass visible on the sides, but not in the middle portions. They, it was like, okay, they took the Chamber 03 from Portal 1, they knocked out the glass, and then Valve realized that you can solve the chamber in one click. So, we have the redesigned version, because we found some remnants that we could use. There's a portal bumper entity in the final map right here. Like, in the final map, like, the wall extends out, like, a bit, like, 64 units over. And there's a portal bumper entity embedded into the wall. And the only reason why Valve would do that, is if this hallway was wide. So, we made it wide again. Some people have also, when talking about Project 2009, they have brought up the volumetric lights from the observation rooms. Valve really liked doing this. I don't know why. They just really liked having volumetric lights coming out of the observation rooms. What I can say is that this is not special, crazy technology. This is a model from 2004, from Half-Life 2. The shot of the door was so sick. I was the one who made this version of the thing, so thanks for that. It kind of just incidentally happened. I didn't mean for it to look cool. Isn't lighting important in guiding players? Yes. That's Portal 1 philosophy, though. I really wanted to make a video about Portal 2's level design philosophy because, it's scary. In comparison to Portal 1, which is very well defined and rounded.
This next test is very dangerous. To help you remain tranquil in the face of almost certain death, Smooth Jazz will be deployed in 3, 2, 1.
Portal 2's own developer commentary confirms that the joke of smooth jazz was one of the first added to the game, but it didn't actually use the smooth jazz that you hear in the final game. The original smooth jazz track that Valve utilized was a snippet of Together Again by Dave Koz. It was actually what we used at first. We even have the direct snippet Valve used, as it's left over in the files of Robot Repair. However, you're not hearing Together Again in Project 2009, as we feared people's inevitable recordings of Project 2009 ending up copyright claimed or even outright striked. We did not feel like tempting fate with the hell that can be music copyright law. Even the final Smooth Jazz get people's channels copyright struck? Yeah, it does, but it's at least a 7-second snippet from a game that is released that can be counterclaimed. Unlike the, I'm not even exaggerating here, nearly 2-minute long snippet of the original song. Like, here it's like 7 seconds of like a small thing. The Valve snippet of the original Smooth Jazz was nearly 2 minutes long. So yeah, you can understand why we changed it. You can understand why we're playing it safe and just using the retail Portal 2 version.
At the time of this recording, federal disclosure policies
and again, it would play that 2 minutes and then play it again.
This next test is probably lethal, and to redirect you to a safer test environment. We will attempt to comply with these now non-existent agencies by playing some more smooth jazz.
bop, bop. Good thing I'm not monetizing this stream. So I don't care about if this gets copyright claimed.
In order to ensure that sufficient power remains for core testing protocols, all safety devices have been disabled. The Enrichment Center respects your right to have questions or concerns about this policy.
Chamber 07 in the final game is unsolvable due to its broken pellet launcher, instead acting as a location for when you meet back up with Wheatley, and requiring you portal into a different test chamber that says it's Test Chamber 08, but straight up isn't. The singular screenshot we have of 2009's Pre-Op 07 shows that the pellet launcher was already destroyed, and that the indicator line linking the catcher to the unstationary scaffold was most likely glitching in the same way as the final game's one. We just went with having Chamber 07 act as a small stop in the lead up to Chamber 08.
Alright, so we got a screenshot of this one. Here you go. Let's just get in position over here, roughly. I'm not in the exact same spot, but like, it is pretty close, all things considered. It helps that the final game version of this chamber has all the remnants of these dust piles in the corners. So we didn't even need the screenshot, we had like a whole bunch of it. And this, like, launcher is exactly the same as the final game. Like, they didn't change this at all. Okay, well, they got rid of these, like, bracket things. These are from the Half-Life 2 prison, I think. They're in the screenshot. There they are. I told you all this was gonna be nerd shit. Do you think some of the Portal 2 devs from back in this era will contact you, or the team on how accurate you were overall this season mod? We have considered, actually, because I've talked to Josh Weir in the past. We've considered, like, the idea of, like, doing a stream where I get Josh Weir on and we play through Pod 2009 together. That'd be fun. If he says yes to it. I think he'd find it cool.
A cold hard fact we know about Test Chamber 08 was that the entire thing was tilted. The robot repair file listing says that 08 was created and then a tilted version was made. So what degree Chamber 08 was tilted, we don't know. But we decided that it couldn't have been too extreme.
What are the devices hooked up to the shooters and catchers core behind anyways? They just core like ball launcher behind and catcher behind. I don't really have anything else to say. They just called that. Alright, actually, I'll say in the videos are another person.
Yo, what's up?
That should explain things. Working energy pellets in what is technically Portal 2 was so cool to me. They still work in the final game. It's just that they don't have the texture by default that's needed for them. Then Josh wraps the real build over because how accurate this is.
Excellent.
I don't think any Valve employee has the beta build still on them.
The Enrichment Center reminds you that bold, persistent experimentation is the hallmark of good science.
Voice mod, I don't hide it. I don't hide the voice mod at all. I don't hide the fact that I use it.
In the event that the Enrichment Center is currently being bombarded with fireballs, meteorites, or other
I do like
objects
to make
from
bits about it,
space,
though.
please avoid unsheltered testing areas wherever a lack of shelter from space
10 euros from SSS444MMM for the goaded work. Thank you. Funny that we got this on Chamber 09.
debris does not appear to be a deliberate part of the test.
Alright, here's me yapping. Chamber 09 was one of the surprising few pre-hub levels that we actually had a res list for, named SP_intro_08.lst. Despite the numeric difference, we can confirm that this was the same level as it contained the model for Test Chamber 09's sign. Something rather shocking we learned from this resource listing was that Valve actually maintained continuity with the first Portal game, as this level did not load the intact version of the Cube Dropper hatch, meaning it started already destroyed. If you recall, Chell utilizes this Cube Dropper in Portal 1 during the escape sequence, wherein, upon landing on it, the hatch bursts open. While Portal 2's final version naturally drifts away from having little continuity details like these as more and more people worked on the game, it's a pleasant surprise to see that the Portal 2 team planned for it to even begin with. I've been screaming about this so many times when I see that one video about I fixed Portal 2's biggest continuity error, and it's about the Chamber 19 fling in the incinerator room. And it's like I'm screaming because the E3 video of that area has the area! They got rid of it for consoles. They got rid of it because of the Xbox 360, so they maintained 60 FPS. That wasn't an error, that was a sacrifice. Sorry, I got really passionate about this.
Well done. In the event that oxygen is no longer available in the Enrichment Center, an auxiliary air supply will be provided to you by an Aperture Science Test Associate, if one exists.
Oh, you want to see it? Give me a moment. Give me one moment. I'm gonna pull this up. Where? It's footage. I need to see it. It's an environment showcase they did. There it is, I found it. I'm gonna screen cap this and put this on stream, just so you all can see. Here we are. This is an environment showcase from E3. They had a bunch of shots where they would pan through the environment. And it's like, look at this. Look at this environments we made for Portal 2. So, do you see it? Hold on, let's get a closer look. Do you see it? Do you see the original Portal 1 escape area up there? Like, look at how the fog colors change to indicate there's more depth here. Do you see it? That's not an error. They didn't remove that because they forgot. Huh. Found a few post-hub laser voice lines with the crazy suffix. Are they unused? We originally were gonna have the post-hub chambers have dialogue, but we cut them for resources. Can I eat my portal gun? No. You can try. This very specific corner has quite the reputation within the development team for P2009. A screenshot of it was taken and utilized for paintovers when Valve was beginning to work out the finer details of the dilapidated look of Aperture Science. One of these base screenshots was, in fact, depicting this very corner within Chamber 09, which meant that it was necessary for us to recreate it in Project 2009. This responsibility fell to me in particular. What I thought would be a simple process was something that proceeded to take over about 3 years of my life, for its simplistic nature held many complex nuances that needed to be matched exactly. From the very shape of the ceiling hole to ensure the orange lighting cast into the test chamber with the correct form, to the coloration, intensity, and angle of the nearby observation room's lighting, there was much blood, sweat, and yes, even tears that went into recreating this single, incredibly uninteresting corner. While I eventually managed to pull through, thanks to the discovery that Chamber 09 partly reused the Chamber 01 ceiling destruction, this specific level has the most tracked versions out of any in our internal repository, being the only level that was carried through our development reboot when we switched from SDK 2013 to Portal 2's engine. Yeah, the screenshot is darker, but they seem to have done some color correction stuff to it, we think at least, because the portal gun HUD is a bit differently colored. You can't make me go back to this fucking thing.
This next test applies the principles of momentum to movement through portals. If the laws of physics no longer apply in the future, God help you.
Much like the last chamber, this map is another one of the few pre-hub levels that we actually have a resource listing for, in the form of the res list SP Intro 07. Despite seemingly coming before Chamber 9, we were able to confirm that this is in fact Chamber 10 from Portal 1, due to the presence of its respective sign at the start. One unique thing about this map in particular is the shocking amount of unique foliage assets that appear, mostly taken from Half-Life 2, something that isn't commonly found in really any pre-hub media that we have, with most of them only having a single fern here or there. Due to this, we came to the conclusion that Valve originally intended for the chambers to become progressively overgrown as you proceeded through them, culminating at the last 3.
A lot of plants here. Okay, some people have said, why is it like this? People have asked, why is it like this? This different colored light here, and then this texture. It was just like this. It was just like this. It was just like this.
Congratulations. This pre-recorded congratulations assumes you have mastered the principles of portal momentum. If you have, in fact, not, you are encouraged to take a moment to reflect on your failure before proceeding into the next chamber.
Damn, I missed the corner. You know what, we're going back to the corner for one thing, because I forgot to mention it, actually. I forgot to mention some extra note shit about that.
In the event that the Enrichment Center is currently being bombarded with fireballs, meteorites, or other objects from...
This Ivy decal in the corner is actually not the Half-Life 2 Ivy. It's the res list for this map mentioned in that dev commentary node, loads a version of the Ivy texture called Ivy 02 Dead. We don't have a dead version of this Ivy. So I had to make this. It's just like brown. I made it brown. Alright, moving on.
A screenshot of Pre-Op 10's exit shows nearly the entire dirty metal wall set that was used in 2009, but surprisingly, there seems to be a missing variant. The texture used to depict 64-unit wide tiles lacks a dirty version, instead using the base clean version. This can be seen in earlier screenshots of other chambers, such as earlier versions of Chamber 12, indicating a dirty version of this texture may not have existed at this time.
Which is true, because a dirty version of the texture does exist in the Final Games files. We just can't use it because it's not accurate. My Left 4 Dead puddles. Hashtag my Left 4 Dead puddles. Something else that wasn't mentioned in that dev commentary node is the fact that the exit hallway in 2009 was longer. I don't know why. I don't know why it was longer. It just was. Like, because in Portal 1, these dimensions by now, it should have transitioned into, like, the elevator room. They made this hallway longer, and I don't have a good answer as to why. So, but we did recreate that. Oh, wait, no, there's something. Why are parts of the screenshot of Paint Hover? I presume they just drew over the base. Like, this is like from the PSDs or something. Like, this is from the original Photoshop files or something. Because, like, this does get its proper paint over about... Which one is it? This one. This is the paint over version of this. I think what happened is literally just that they like drew over the original base screenshot, and then when they gave Jeff Keighley the files for the final hours of Portal 2, well, they couldn't do anything about that. Is that gasoline? No, that's a puddle.
For those who have played Portal 1, you might be wondering where Chamber 11, the dual portal device introduction, went. Originally, we did include a beat-up version of the chamber, however, it was later removed due to evidence arguing against its existence. In Portal 2, the chamber did not appear anywhere in the final game, nor did it show up in any concept art. Additionally, in the instances folder containing the pre-up chambers, Chamber 11 could not be found. Instead, evidence suggests that the current chamber, Chamber 12, was where the player received the dual portal device at this point in development. In all the screenshots and concept art of the chamber, the starting area has a strong Ratman presence, with many of the screenshots showing arrows leading down into the first fling pit, and a quick doodle of a portal gun on the wall is visible in the oldest piece of concept art, which drove us to come to the conclusion that you originally received the dual portal device here.
Yeah, this is not gasoline. No, it's from Left 4 Dead. It's meant to be a water puddle. Let's actually see if I have the screenshot here. Yes I do. Excellent. Here it is. This is the oldest screenshot we have of, Chamber 12. You can tell it's old because it's still using the Portal 1 textures on the walls. But it's also the Portal 2 version of the chamber because, faintly visible in the background is, like, if you look behind... Let's actually put myself, like, under... There. Let's do this. If you look behind all the paint over stuff, you can see some Vine models in the background. It's very, very faint. And there's also, like, the Ratman scrollings and stuff. Like, you can see that. And. That's a shitty portal gun they drew. Like, I need to emphasize this. Look at that shitty portal gun they drew. So, if anyone has any doubts that this was meant to be that they had, like, the portal gun pickup in Chamber 12, here you go. It's just right there. Put the sizes back down. Everyone's saying it's the dick, you only need to get your head out of the gutter, I swear. Other funny thing, they tilted this, like, horizontally. Ratman started drawing some straight bullshit. It's true. He was making bullshit in a kettle, straight up shit. Why are the chairs out? Because the portal gun was on a chair in the first pickup scene, so we put it on a chair here as well. The really, like, annoying part is that we would have had a res list of this test chamber, but it failed to generate. It's 0 kilobytes.
Good work, future starter.
Impressionist, by the way.
That said, if you are old, simple-minded, or cripplingly irradiated in such a way that the future should not start with you, please return to your primitive post-apocalyptic tribe and send back someone better qualified for testing.
Orange portal gun should have been better just on the floor. Well, they put it on a chair, and I can't really argue about that, because Valve did it. Oh, shit.
If the Earth is currently governed by a manner of animal king, sentient cloud, or other governing body that either refuses to or is incapable of listening to reason, the Enrichment Center will compensate you for any retribution you may suffer as a result of performing this next test.
This chamber went through a lot of iterations because there was a lot of debate about how you were meant to escape it. Originally, we believed you'd need to portal through a small crack in the wall to reach an area out of bounds. We tried many things to get this to work, such as adding lights, making the light flash, adding sounds and sparks, but no matter what we did, the main chamber was just too visually complex for playtesters to notice. So we ended up moving the solution to escaping into the chamber itself.
Look at it go. What we say are the easiest and hardest areas to restore from a screenshot, considering any VMT left, VTF, VMF, well, fuck. Yeah, leftovers, not that one corner notwithstanding. I do think the hub might have been the hardest thing for the project to recreate. I didn't do the hub, that was several other people. Part of why it was so difficult to recreate this is wrong image. Give me a moment. Shit, do I not have it? Scanned images? No. Where is it? Let's go to Valve Archive. Give me a moment. The invite friends button is so tempting. You should enable it in the next update. It's not enabled. What was... Okay, the menu looks like this because it's based on... I think there's like a PAX demo of co-op, and they're playing Portal 2 co-op. Sorry, I need to remove the image. It looks like this because there's a PAX demo of co-op where there's like a handheld cam footage recording of it. And in that footage, they have like... They briefly pause the game for a moment, and we see that menu. So we recreated that menu. It's that simple. Forgot that this image is like 20 bajillion. Yeah, I forgot this was scanned image. That's like 20 megabytes. I mean, yeah, I'm shipping. I'm in the art folder. Get me out of here. Yeah, okay, so the reason why the hub was the most complex thing to recreate was because the best screenshots we have of the hub look like this. It looks like this. Look at that. Look at this. It's so small, like you can see like the printing artifacts on it. So it's like the coloration is off, the image is very dark, it's crusty, it's like one of the most important things we've had to remake. Choco fucking spent a year, like, alone on the hub, and he had 3 images to work off of. And, like, several concept art paint overs. So the hub has changed hands a lot in Prod 2009 development, but it is definitely the most hardest, because it's not just that you have to recreate the, GLaDOS brushwork, you have to recreate the Carcass GLaDOS model, you have to recreate the generator, you have to recreate, you know, all that. There's a lot of stuff you have to recreate in this image. It is definitely the biggest work, like, in the mod. What's harder? Corner of the hub. Push. I play up the corner a lot, but I still think the hub is the harder recreation. The corner is just as infamous as it is because I spent like 3 years on it. Isn't the Portal 2 Steam image key art based on the old core hub? Yes, it is. So you might recognize this from the when you grab Wheatley.
Pre-recorded observation. You have left the testing environment.
So, this area has these guys going through the vac tubes. This is a restoration of a real model set that they have. In the final game, there is... You know what? Road trip. Everyone clap. Road trip time. Never load a retail Portal 2 map on fucking Piazza 9. Look at this shit.
No. What?
Here's this model. Oh my god, I need everything to shut up. This back here is a model that they use there, which is a... Shut up, man. Shut up. Can I talk now? You done there? Okay. So, in the Chamber 07 vac tubes there, the behind the scenes that I was walking through, there's this model of the turrets from... which is only used in the final game here. It's meant to be these turrets are moving in a straight line. Yeah. Notice that they are the Portal 1 turrets. And they are just, going in a straight line. This, this animation is called, like, Vac Anim, like, 01. And it's in the Props Backstage folder, which Props Backstage was used for a lot of, the very early behind-the-scenes work. Eventually, they put all the new stuff in Props BTS, but this vacuum turret, like, this vacuum tube turret is a very early model that is only used here in the final game. This area was its intended use case, flying through these tubes. We also knew from logic left over in this area, because when you're here at Wheatley, there's a leftover dead IO of a relay sitting about here or something, where it tries to like play animations and references like vacuum turret, vacuum cube, vacuum desk, vacuum sphere, you know. So what we did is that we ripped the vacuum turret animation and we applied it to the other models that were mentioned in that relay. So this is our restoration of how this area used to look like at first. People also talk about light holes. Here you go. Here are your light holes. I'll have more to say when we get to the museum. This area is like, okay, this area right after is total bullshit. We didn't know what to do here, so we just made up some Portal 1-esque BTS stuff. It's meant to be based visually on the same kind of like look. But of course, here we are. Can't go through. Can't go that way.
Well done. The Enrichment Center reminds you that
although circumstances may appear bleak, you are not alone. Please note that this is not a guarantee, as you may, in fact, be the last man or woman on Earth.
After leaving the overgrown section of Portal 2, Valve needed to connect the old Portal 1 chambers to the destroyed GLaDOS chamber. In retail, this is a short behind-the-scenes segment of Wheatley. Going through the old V-scripts of Portal 2, leftover references to GLaDOS speaking to the player in a broken test chamber can be found, along with a reference to an out-of-bounds section. This led us to believe that the connection between the pre-hub chambers and GLaDOS was much longer than the version seen in the retail game. For the broken chamber, we used Chamber 19 from Portal 1, as the destroyed piece of Chamber 19 as present in Portal 2 has leftovers of an older 2009 era iteration.
Why does that voice line switch halfway through? Because we didn't have a proper voice actor. We didn't have a proper voice actor to record that line. So we spliced the Portal 1 line that it's quoting with the Crystal text-to-speech. The 2009 leftovers mentioned in that developer commentary node is this crossbeam stuff. This is in the final game still. But it is a key aspect of how the chambers are depicted like in 2009 Portal 2. This like crossbeam pattern thing. We also suspect that the reason why the incinerator room is so different to the final game, between the final game and Portal 1, is because they made a lot of modifications here for like going backwards through it without the goo, and then they like forgot when someone came through to like do the art for it later on.
Leaving the testing environment may be interpreted as an indication that you think you no longer require testing, and, in fact, know everything. It could even be seen as arrogance on your part. Stop now, and take a moment to think about how your actions could be perceived by others, before returning to the test chamber.
Yay, yippee, yay, yippee, yay, yippee. It's the thing. I like that everyone who played the mod like got to this area and like, oh my god, it's the thing. And yes, as someone said in chat, the sentence mixing is how they also did the pre-hub lines. We tried to replicate that. Hello, Portal to Flash version. If you've played a lot of Portal mods, you may have caught that we've just stolen an entire area from the Flash version map pack. Why is that? Well, it's because Valve would do this too. A screenshot of the pre-GLaDOS hallway reveals that the door you emerge from here was made inset, which wasn't the case in Portal 1. We suspected that the door was one you emerged from, but if that's the case, it should be using the door prop, which it clearly wasn't, due to the lack of a door handle. When trying to rationalize why, a conclusion was reached. Even after Valve finished Portal Still Alive, which had levels based on the TFV map pack, Rubber Repair reveals they pulled the original TFV maps all the way into Portal 2's repository. The Flash version map pack has a sliding door appear in its escape sequence, which ended up being a one-to-one perfect match with the screenshot. We use this information to also toss in the preceding TFV area, as it sounded like a rational shortcut that Valve would have taken. We will be talking about Still Alive in more depth later. So, let me find that image, hang on. Just gotta find this from the, no wait, wrong folder. I swear to God, I don't have this saved either. Fuck's sake. Alright, good thing I kept the... Good thing I got Valve Archive open. Alright. So. Here's a screenshot. It's frankly one of the most nothing burger screenshots of like 2009 Portal 2. Because it's like, wow, to recreate it, all you need to do is place an overlay here and an overlay here and stick two like rubble props here. And like that's it. You've done it. You've recreated the area. Sorry, hang on. This overlay and then two rubble props back here. That's all you need to do to recreate this. So, the main thing about this is that there's the door. This door, they like made it a bit more detailed by pushing it back a bit. In the final, in Portal 1, this door does not have this detail of like being pushed back like this. It's like a flat surface in Portal 1. So, we decided like, okay, why is this pushed back? And as the note explains, I realized, oh yeah, they stole it. So we stole the behind area as well, as like a, just to fill it out, because it vaguely matches the shape of like how they would have could have connected this up because of the rubble pile here. So that's what we went with. Is it me or is there a Prelude chamber pre-2009? We did not steal anything from Portal Prelude. This area is the titular room of Portal 2's Core Hub era, being what we presume was the place you return to after each course to deposit a personality core. The reason why it went here, rather than somewhere inside GLaDOS' chamber, was two reasons. One, the Portal 2 team extended the office hallway past where there was a wall in the first portal for seemingly no reason. Two, a leftover trigger as you approach GLaDOS' hallway tries to close a world portal door that no longer exists as of the final map. Combining these two facts, it just seemed like the most logical conclusion to place the core hub here. So, here we are. It's the core hub. Funny thing, I recreated this room like year 1 of Project 2009. And then I recreated it again later on because I ended up like, okay, I ended up being able to match the exact Arch tool settings that they used on the wall in the back here, this wall. And I knew that I got the exact same thing because of the way these two panels connect up to make this tiny one, which is this exactly area the same is the titular room of Portal 2's core hub. Why is the floor not shiny? It is a bit. It's just a bit of a... It's just a bit fucked with cube maps. We had it more accurate at first. I don't know why it's not doing it correctly now. But diagnosing cube map issues is something. It's also kind of puzzling to me that it has way more slots than the cores. Are they intended for there to be empty ones by the time you're done? So, I have a theory about this. I have a theory about why they have so many core plugs, despite only having, like, a few cores. My personal theory is to do with the design experiment called 2 bots 1 wrench. Maybe you don't know about 2 bots 1 wrench, but 2 bots 1 wrench was a design experiment where they had these 2 little robot guys running around a Half-Life 2 environment and, like, making dynamic, like, scripting out of it. Like, they would independently on their own go off and talk about what they're... They would independently talk about what's around them, like, they would make conversation with each other. My personal belief is that the reason why there's so much 2 bots 1 wrench voice lines used in Portal 2 development because we have the hover turret. The hover turret is meant to reuse Portal 2, like 2 bots 1 wrench lines. And Richard Lord, who voices the Paranoid Sphere in the actual prototype, he also voiced the bots from 2 bots 1 wrench. My personal theory is that they were considering integrating 2 bots 1 wrench, the 2 bots 1 wrench like dialogue, so that the cores would be able to speak to each other and would have different things to say depending on how far apart or how close they were to each other. That's my theory. Because I don't see why else there'll be so many plugs in this room.
Visible in the screenshot of the core hub is a still of this video playing on the monitors. The file for this video still exists in the final game, a vertical variant of which can be seen playing in some elevator rooms. But sometime after 2009, Valve's artists overhauled the color palette into a fittingly modern Aperture-esque minimalist blue and white. Mercifully for us, one concept piece of Portal 2's box art prominently featured a frame of the 2009 version with its original coloring intact. So with the original color palette on our hands, all that was left to do was recolor the video. Or at least, we would have, if the video file wasn't 640 by 400 pixels and heavily compressed to save on disk space. Any attempts to flood fill or mask out parts of the video produced visible artifacting that would require manual labor to clean up, an unappealing proposition, given this process would have to be applied to each of the video's 168 unique frames. Plans to recreate each frame as a clean, resizable vector image was immediately shot down for similar issues regarding the insane amount of manual labor required. If we wanted to include the video in our Core Hub remake, which naturally we did, we'd have to remake every frame of the video from scratch, but with as much automation as possible. So, we remade the video in 3D using Blender, starting with matching the camera perspective of the original video and then projecting frames of the video into 3D space to recreate, align, and animate every component of the scene as close to the original animation as possible. The best part was that this process was completely non-destructive. On top of being able to render the frames at any resolution we wanted, any tweaks the team requested to the colors or animation could be implemented quickly, with Blender churning out the updated rendered frames in an hour or two. It wasn't fast, but far faster than repainting each frame by hand. The Core Hub video is perhaps the most overkill R asset produced for P2009, especially given how few players will pay attention to it. But it was wholly worth it, for the shared feeling of excitement when we saw the video play in game, knowing the last missing piece of our Core Hub recreation had finally been restored.
Longest commentary? No, it is longer. We skipped one of them at the start because they were one of mine. I just really want to say, by the way, shout out to Disco who is in chat. She is a fucking trooper for recreating this video. I'm gonna actually pull out the original video from Portal 2's files to show it. Oh, I'll have to convert it from BIC format. OBS can't play it. The one we skipped was the terminology one. Yeah, because I just explained it in here. Let's see, will it try to do this? Oh, no, it plays. Look. That's the video in Final Portal 2. Oh, more specifically, the version we recreated. Is this? Well, Disco. This is the final version. You can tell that all the colors are like, they've just like completely gone off and like made them flat color. Like there's no detailing on anything. Because it just fits with like all the rest of the, with all the other like videos that they have in the elevator rooms, right? Because they have stuff like this. So yeah, there wasn't very much to work off of beyond the one frame in the screenshot that you can see. This area is a titular, but Disco did manage to recreate it. It's overkill for what is like something that at most we knew people were gonna do like this. Oh cool. Like just move on. Anyways, fucking stupid nerd shit hours. There is a trigger in the final game that is meant to swap the fog that's being used. So you can see here the fog is very, very dense. It's very close. You can't see much of GLaDOS' chamber. And then when you enter the chamber, it switches.
You have reached the central core of the Aperture Science genetic life form in this operating system. Pre-apocalypse, this would have been an act of criminal trespass, and an opportunity for you to go to prison. As it is, however, this is a rare opportunity for you to become an honorary Aperture Scientist. Do you see a power object? The Enrichment Center invites you to pick up the power object and plug it in. Something will happen. Something wonderful.
This guy just sent me the screenshot of her working on the Blender file. I'm gonna pull this up for you all. Oh, sorry, God. Let's drink some water or something. Yep, here's a view of the blend file from Disco. Incredible work put into that little video. Was the Expressive Portal 1 GLaDOS ever considered in Carcass's place? Carcass evolved out of that GLaDOS. the big thing about Portal 1 that really expresses Portal 1 GLaDOS is that she has arms, right? She has her arms detached so that she can emote with them. Technically, these are arms for Carcass. These are Carcass's arms. They're for the same purpose. We also know that, Carcass GLaDOS was a bit more emotive than the one, like, the spindly, weird GLaDOS with the detached arms that she's using. Her model references the whole... So, her model we have a partial remnant of. A few years ago, like 2 years ago or something, internal copy of Portal 2 was leaked. It didn't have, like, anything fun, like, if you're wondering, like, which is why I didn't hear about it. It was something that licensees who license out the Portal 2 codebase get. It's like the game copy. But in that game copy is, like, several Maya files, like references to Maya files. And the biggest thing about that was that we actually got the entire bone structure of Carcass GLaDOS' animations from that. So, Disco remade this GLaDOS based on that bone structure, like so that she could animate it correctly to how Valve would have done it. Like, the model here is, like, from scratch, practically. It's just that we had like, skeleton to go off of that could be used. And yes, GLaDOS' head is, like, upside down. In here. And also they've screwed up the ambient occlusion or something. She's meant to be a bit more further up. The reason why I say she was more emotive was because she actually has, like, bones for, like, her iris to, like, I'm willing to bet it was probably for, like, the same reason as, like, the cores in the final Portal 2, where they can make their pupils smaller. So there was probably something tested where she could make her pupil emote the same way as the cores.
Thank you for reactivating your Enrichment Center test supervisor. Aperture Science is grateful for your help. Reactivation in 3, 2, 1. Critical modules online. Running environment scan. Main grid system offline. Emergency systems offline. Backup power source located. Available test subjects. 1. Environment scan complete. Setting up core protocols. Core protocols are non-functional. Uploading personality program. Warning, personality program is 89% corrupted. Continuing run cause instabilities. Wake up protocol completed. Welcome to the Aperture Science Enrichment Center. Let's get to know each other. How are you? I am not crazy. This water cooler water is excellent. Well, enough small talk. Let's test.
So, Carcass's animations. This could probably go into more detail if we asked her. But, so, what GLaDOS is doing here is that she's playing a choreo scene file that's left over in the final game. It has a whole bunch of references to, like, an entire animation sequence of her waking up. So, and the main thing is that a choreo scene file tells the actor entity what animations to play. The animations that Carcass GLaDOS plays here are roughly based on the description of the animations that are provided in the choreo scene, but partly based on the Animated Adventures in Portal 2 showcase. This can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what she did for the animations here. Like, roughly, like judged, okay, this is, like, describing this action. Is there an equivalent thing she's doing in the showcase from Karen Perel? Yeah, okay. Thanks for confirmation. The birds. This is like, oh my god, we have like so many remnants of this fucking scene. The birds are because of another choreo scene called Hub Activated like Cardinals. It's a cardinal bird call. It's like a stock sound. Because it's called like, yeah, no, I'll do the note in a bit. The reason why the birds suddenly start blaring is because the file name is called Hub Activated. So we think, oh, when GLaDOS activates, it starts playing those cardinal sounds. Then. Like, my personal interpretation is that, like, oh, it's playing bird sounds. Like, because she's crazy. She's cuckoo crazy now or something. That's my interpretation.
If you've been following research on Portal 2's cut content ever since the major push to delve into the 2009 iteration of the game, you'd be shocked to find that we only feature 5 total courses in Project 2009, despite it being well established that this version of the game had 6 cores for 6 courses. When we looked closer at the paintovers Valve produced for the hub in order to recreate it more accurately, we realised that there were only, at most, 5 doors present in the hub. This 6-course figure appears to have been an idealised goal rather than the amount actually created. Given that one of the planned courses was potentially going to be dedicated to the pneumatic diversity vent, a testing element that Valve did not seem to do much with beyond the chambers shown off in the 2010 E3 demonstration, this was ultimately the most faithful move to make.
Could be cardinal directions? No, it is a cardinal bird. It plays... The sounds are still in Portal 2's files. And also, for the record, the bird sounds are set to be coming out of the monitor, so who knows what that means. The screen is red because that's what it's like in the screenshot. It's the Half-Life 2, like, TV noise texture, but tinted red. It's still in Portal 2's files. The co-op hub wasn't a thing yet, was it? Well, was this the... Yeah, this is the predecessor of the co-op hub. We don't... I think the final hours say that, like, co-op started development, like, early 2010 or, like, late 2009? I don't remember the exact details. What do you think of the cut GLaDOS would crawl around? I think everyone said there has to be said about that thing. Now, what else is there? I feel like there's more to say here. This room. It really did look like this. What if the monitor was supposed to play videos of birds, which explains the bird noises? That'd be weird. I don't know. All the screenshots like show like not much playing on it. Wasn't crawling GLaDOS a joke? No, Wheatley Crab was the joke. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm safe to move on. Okay, we're say props. Yes, this is the cut feature from Portal 2. We restored it. Why is the elevator even in here, by the way? This is weird. Why is there doors there? We don't know. They had the concept art of like showing the... They had concept art where like, oh, the doors are gonna be on the catwalks, and then they didn't do that. I can tell you right now, we actually did do the catwalks thing at first, in Pod 2009. We did do that. And I'll tell you what. Bad idea. Valve made the right call. Valve made the right call cutting the catwalk thing, because trying to make sure that the player can like get back to the hub after completing a course and not lose the core and not fall off is like, it was too much. Was Chloe Gladys even considered to be in the game at the point? No. I don't think she ever reached in game. Their animation tests for a reason. They're just testing things to do at that point. I'm getting pinged places. Hang on. What project will be next? 2008 or 2010? The answer is, we just want to rest, please. We just released this and spent 4 years on this.
The first chamber of the laser course is the level that we affectionately refer to as Single Laser. We have tons upon tons of screenshots of it, and it was used for a lot of press demos in 2010, and even features in the Portal 2 teaser trailer, as the room that begins reconstructing itself into dual lasers. Due to its simplicity and stylistic similarities to the rest of the post-hub chambers that you'll see later, we knew very early on that it was almost certainly a perfect fit.
Alright. Let's talk about this thing. The early redirection cube. Look at it. For the record, we call this chamber single laser, but we don't actually know if it was single laser. Might have just been like laser intro. I was under the impression they intended for Carcass Clouds to build up herself up with each core. Is that just not the case? I'm willing to bet they probably planned for that, but they just never made it in game.
A screenshot of 2009 Dual Lasers features in a multiplayer test screenshot shown at GDC 2011. This screenshot is erroneously labeled as being of the cut football game mode, but visible in the image, however, is an incredibly primitive design of the redirection cube, and it truly embodies the definition of placeholder art, focused more on getting the idea across rather than being a design to be finalized. We have lovingly recreated this placeholder model for you to now stare at. Enjoy!
So, the screenshot is from like here, this angle. I think people have like seen it a lot because it's like people have seen it because it's meant to be like, people say it's football, but it isn't. So we can grab it. Where is it? I don't know where it is. Oh well. This is probably just how the image looks anyways. What was the football mode scrapped? We don't know. Cop development is something we've yet to fully research. And before I continue, I would like to point out something that you don't get to see because of the way that most people played Project 2009. This is how the maps look, out of bounds. This is actually how Valve would have done, like, does their levels, like in 2009. Everything is separated, and then they just have hallways connecting them. Because remember what the dev commentary says. They fucking put world portals everywhere in Portal 2. Yes, get your jokes out of the way. It's the funny, crazy Hell Chamber. The entities in Triple Laser all have a strange, consistent phenomenon in which there's constant reference to this being a new version of the test chamber, except for one mention of an old laser. We still don't know for sure what this means. However, two possibilities emerge. Either Triple Laser was going to be styled like a reconstructing level, where it was split in half between Destroyed and Clean, or that there was a version of Triple Laser so bad that Valve did their best to completely obliterate it. we don't have anything leaning towards either theory. However, we have seen a whiteboard sketch dedicated to the laser course, where faintly visible in the corner was a fragment of Triple Asia's layout, which is an additional bit of confirmation that the level existed this far back. I still think about when Tyler Vicker played this, he was like, this is an in-joke, no one gets this, and like everyone in his chat proceeded to make the joke about Triple Laser. Why does Shaman Dragon Summon hurt? It just does. That's the Half-Life 2 burn sound. The observation room is bluer than it should be. Yeah, cube maps on observation rooms are fucked. I don't really know how to explain it. For the record, by the way, my personal, like, if you want my 2 cents on, like, what old Triple Laser might have been, if it was like, oh, is there actually an old Triple Laser, or is it like they just reconstructing styled it? My personal, like, theory is that it was an older version of Triple Laser. Maybe not one that looked like this, but it... Okay. The whiteboard sketch is really hard to come by because it's it's on twitter.com. And I don't use Twitter. I haven't used Twitter in years. But there's like this amount of Triple Laser visible. It's like this much. You can see the corner, and you can see like the 3 catchers. And there's no emitter for the laser, so we put it on the other side. Why is it on Twitter? Because it was posted for Portal 2's 10th anniversary when that happened in 2021. Another player concept art depicts Mel, does it? Not this Mel specifically, but there is like a lot of concept art for like other test subjects that they could have had. So maybe one of them could have been Mel.
In the Robot Repair map listing, there exists a peculiar folder dedicated to the map you are currently playing a recreation of, P2 Lab Lasers 1. The folder contains the aforementioned map alongside various simple map names like Arms and Relays and Triple Laser. This is actually evidence of the original map using a rarely mentioned hammer feature called manifests. Manifests are more or less parts of a map split into smaller files, which are all located inside a folder named after the main map. These parts of the map can be checked in and out like books at a library by Valve, allowing a single map to be worked on simultaneously by multiple people. The feature was only ever used during Portal 2's development for the laser course, used to work on each puzzle separately. For example, the chamber you are currently in was the manifest Raised Stairs. After Valve scrapped the courses, each chamber was put into its own map, eliminating the need for manifests.
Portal Still Alive predicted 2009 beta Antlines. Is there a prediction if the people who worked on Still Alive worked on Portal 2? Like, the Still Alive team is the Portal 2 team. Panels in this map are so weird. The panels in general are very strange. The final game uses a separate version of this. The final game uses a different model. This is like an earlier model that doesn't have any attachment points, which is why there's no like floor tiles or wall tiles on the walls here. It's very weird. It's a very weird model.
While we didn't replicate the original test intro, it still showed us many valuable sights. Like for instance, the player going through this chamber inside of the vacuum, which revealed to us 2 major things. Firstly, Valve had changed the unstationary scaffold to use a much bigger platform model compared to its Portal 1 iteration. And secondly, the cube dropper region used to be a lot lower than in the final game, requiring the player to portal up to the scaffold. This adds an extra step of complexity to the puzzle involving portal management, which may be why it was cut.
For the record, by the way, I think someone like way earlier in the stream asked about the door sounds. These are just Half-Life 2, like, I think pod door sounds, like for the prison pods. Okay, things to say about this test chamber. Things to say about this test it. So, in the final game of Portal 2, they have an entity called placement helpers, which are meant to align your portals to the correct position. I'm willing to bet like 90% of you watch speedrun people, so you've seen that one point in Portal 2 where you can shoot at a wall and like it moves the portal elsewhere in old Aperture, where you can like portal past the glass panel. Before they had placement helpers, Portal 1 had portal bumpers, which are intended to like bump things up against the wall, to be correct. But early on in Portal 2 development, they used to use portal bumpers as placement helpers. So in the final map, there's like this little frame of portal bumpers made here. And that had to have meant that this chamber was super duper early, like even ignoring like everything else we knew about this chamber. And as someone pointed out, yes, that is the GLaDOS scream from Portal 1. I assume the courses weren't intended to be all this pristine and reconstruction stuff would just start coming in. Well, it's early enough in development that I think at this point they were just like figuring out the puzzles. I do think the idea that the test chamber is being destroyed was always going to be like test chambers were going to be destroyed and like you'll like see them start reconstructing. That was a constant, I think. But at this point right now, at this point right now, it's the just getting the puzzles down. All the cores have fucking screams. People just associate them with GLaDOS.
This level would retroactively be made into Portal 2's obligatory companion cube chamber, but more significantly, the lift platform used to be in a different spot, and was promptly moved over by Valve to make the bespoke panel animation they eventually added more obvious. The geometry for the original piston pit was never removed though, which made this a quick and easy restoration.
Our placement hub is called Portal Magnets. That is something that BMod invented as a name for them. That is not their actual name. That is just what BMod people who use BMod call them. Internally, they're called placement helpers. Laser relays are a curious case when it comes to their 2009 appearance. While we had photographic proof that laser emitters and catchers use scaled-down pellet launcher and catcher models, we had no clue how, at first, Valve would have depicted relays. That was until we came across two very interesting res lists. MP_coop_laser_3.lst and MP_coop_laser_bypass.lst. These two levels had the fascinating anomaly of loading both the final laser emitter model and the pellet launcher. What gives? The answer was simple. It had to mean that Valve also used pellet launchers on prototyping relays, so that's how we've decided to depict them. For some additional flair, we also made them spin upon activation, as the final relay models similarly spin upon activation. Look at them go. I have some other things to say about relays that we couldn't be covered by the commentary node. So, people who have played, who have worked in Hammer a lot, should know that the laser emitter is called ENV Portal Laser, but the relays and the catchers are called like prop_laser_catcher and relay. So the reason, so something interesting about that is that the prop like entities are like, they actually spawn a separate entity to use as the detection for the laser. It's just the props make it consistent. It's called point laser target, which lines up with ENV portal laser naming scheme wise. What we did for 2009, like, no one would ever notice that we did this, but these are actually all point laser targets, like the raw entities being used. Rather than like renamed, like, well, not renamed, like laser relays using different models. That is a level of effort we went through. The reason why I bring this up is because of relays, they had to have added a version of the laser target entity where it lets the laser pass through. It's a screenshot of the old laser cube they just referenced. You can find it in the GDC 2011 talk.
We knew the general theme of this chamber thanks to a whiteboard drawing shared by Josh Weir, which labeled it as Super Redirect. Unfortunately, the drawing did not include any details beyond this name, so we were left to interpret the actual design of the chamber. Our original version had 9 floor relays arranged in a pattern, and required players to redirect one laser through all of them, with only 3 redirection cubes. Playtesters found this design confusing, and this chamber became notorious during development for being extremely difficult, with many playtesters getting stuck on it for over an hour. Needless to say, it was as painful for us to watch as it was for them to play, and we ended up reworking the chamber several times before it became the version you see here, which introduces a platform, gives you an extra cube, and reduces the number of laser relays that need to be activated.
Super Redirect is something. Hell of a chamber, I'll tell you that.
We've known that the laser core seemed to have a pretty developed escape portion at the end of it thanks to robot repair, but it was incredibly difficult to agree upon what said escape portion entailed. This was until we stumbled upon a really bizarre res list named SP_tube_blockage. Tube blockage had all the hallmarks of a 2009 level, with tons of textures and models used that fit the era, ones that were also used for the post-up design and also the 2009 design for Aperture's backstage. Using this res list, we worked out some potential connections, like the prospect that Valve reused the still alive Cube Dropper fling due to a breaking Cube Dropper and worked it out as an ending sequence for the course, where you would leave the testing track to jump ahead and find the personality core responsible for it.
So, you escape. And then you hop back in. Is an explanation for why every single core wall section there's a ominous dark hallway that is short and next to the wall core. We'll get to that in a bit. If you've been paying attention, you may have noticed a strange trend with the derelict test chambers, where they seem to suddenly swap to a different texture palette, evoking Portal 1's design. We believe this may have been a conscious decision on Valve's part, as an entire new set of wall textures was made based on an unused Portal 1 wall texture called Gradient 00. The floor and ceiling textures from Portal 1 were even given slight modifications in Portal 2, which further lends credence to the new texture palette. We have debated as to whether or not the whole game at some point used to use this set, but given we're recreating the final months of 2009, both interpretations could lean true, with these derelict chambers simply having not gotten updated yet. Was all the cores firing up behind the cake supposed to retroactively be seen as core hub setup? Yeah. The idea was like, okay, the ending of Portal 1 establishes personality cores are waking up. Makes sense. It would make sense that the first attempt at Portal 2 would be something that tries to follow up on that. Once you work on versions of the Portal Flash version chambers with the Portal 1 connection rules. No. That's like 40 test chambers. I would die. The ominous flashing hallway. This area is based on a small description we learned from a playtester that said that you walked through a weird version of the GLaDOS hallway that looked like it was from Half-Life 2. And I pieced together from that it was a Portal 1 beta map, an earlier version of the GLaDOS hallway before that. Style Guide Escape 02 is the map from Portal 1's beta, and it has like this textures and like these, like the way this looks.
What's that noise?
Longtime fans of the Portal 2 beta seed may be shocked to find that we don't have the Morgan Freeman sphere at the end of the laser course. This was not a mistake. When compiling the evidence for what personality cores would have featured in 2009, we realized that Morgan had a much better place elsewhere in the game, freeing up the laser course to depict a defenseless Curiosity Sphere from the first game. We chose specifically the Curiosity Sphere due to the presence of a new folder in Portal 2's files for this sphere. All that exists is a simple
Hi.
ripped directly from one of the voice lines from Portal 1. To us, this sounded like Valve had a little sequence of the Curiosity Sphere responding to the player's presence, which would make sense for the first core that you'd meet.
It's Curiosity.
Oh, what is that? Oh, what's that? What's that? What is that? Oh, that thing has numbers on it.
We needed a way to get the player back to the hub after completing the course. An elevator seemed ridiculous given the sheer horizontal distance travelled, and a vac tube would have required messing with physics. But there was an easy answer sitting in the palm of the player's hands. What if we just used portals? Earlier versions used a simple auto-portal setup, like the ones found in the Relaxation Vault and Beginner Test Chambers, but the spotlight was eventually shone on a weird quirk about the portals in Portal 2. For some reason, Valve added the ability to change their size, being able to freely alter their width and height. There is even a dedicated command for turning the portals from smaller ovals into larger circles called Portal 2 Square Portals. Thanks to a small tip-off from an internal source, the obscure addition of portal resizing, and a strange res list named Background Menu, we were able to interpret that Valve created these bizarre giant portals as a way of representing long-distance, intra-facility travel in Aperture Science.
Where are we going?
There you go. We have a lot of names for these things. Core gates, the Stargates, you know, just big fuck-off portal. You know, you can name it whatever you want.
Are you coming back? Oh, hey, you're the lady from the test. Hi. What's that noise? Is that a gun? Where are we going? Oh, what's in here?
I'm gonna blow your mind. Check this out.
Core accepted.
Fuck,
Please
that's
return
right.
to the main chamber.
I need room. Where's the portals are too big. The portals are actually too big for this. Starting from this moment onwards, all the GLaDOS lines you're going to hear are completely fabricated minus some rare exceptions. While the set of lines in the following sequence includes some that were heard in Karen Prell's Animated Adventures in Portal 2 showcase, those are officially some of the last real 2009 GLaDOS lines we are aware of. There you go.
Wait a minute, I
He's
remember
a swear.
something. I think I used to be bigger. There was a party. Something happened with food. Starts with a C. Gas, cereal. Oh my god. I am at the cereal factory, and my life is in danger. Quickly. Whatever it was you found, get me another. We need to get the hell out of here, before they find me looking like this.
Yeah, okay. So people have asked why we didn't just use the line from the presentation. It's just a quality difference. Maybe at some point we can do it if we get like a cleanup done. But that cleanups tend to be like AI things, and that's something we're a bit iffy about. Did that right? All Portal 1 mod we had to collect Portal 1 cores to open exits, with portals being the way it gets from course to course. That influenced Core Hub. No, you are thinking of Portal Memories, and that was made in about 2010, I think. Was a video to serial line. Yeah, but it's like terrible quality.
Slowfields. While an interesting concept, we had a lot of difficulty designing chambers around them, as you'll hear in a later commentary node in the mix-up course.
You left my snacks, I need Maltesers.
What will stand out most here is that there are only 2 chambers in the entire Slowfield course, and there is a
Well, the
reason.
serial line wasn't finished. It's a video recording of a screen. Someone had a camera on it pointed at a screen. That's why it's bad quality.
For this. When looking through Robot Repair's list of internal Portal 2 level files, there is only one single map that references the Slowfields, named Slowfield_Eric_1. However, the vscript that controls the Slowfields references 2 test chambers. We saw this to mean that the Slowfield course likely did not receive much more iteration, leaving us with only 2 confirmed test chambers in existence that use this mechanic. Poor Slowfields.
There is one single leftover piece of post-hub dialogue for GLaDOS written by Valve, wherein she'd say the sentence,
You have just experienced an Aperture Science self-esteem field, which temporarily increases your reaction time.
We originally intended to include this line. However, the script that plays it is actually set to play it incredibly sped up and on loop until the player hits the slow field, in which it swaps to playing a version that's slightly slowed down. On paper, this sounded like a cute way to showcase how the slow field works, but playtesting found it to be incredibly irritating while they tried to work out how to reach the slow field. It's like having a fly buzz around your ear. So we ended up cutting it.
Trust me, you all did not want to hear how it sounded like. Actually, maybe, I think someone's probably posted footage.
One of the only tangible remnants of a Slowfield puzzle we have is a platform in a co-op level that tries to attach itself to a non-existent entity, confirming a level name in the form of Dual Fling, and that it had a lift platform. And yes, that was all the material we had to work with when creating this chamber.
Slowfield seemed to be one of the ideas Valve came up with early on, then promptly abandoned after struggling with making puzzles for it. However, unlike other scrap testing elements, Slowfields did see a second revision. This new version was called Slow Time. Instead of requiring a physical field, Slow Time was a simple button press by the player, allowing them to slow down time at will for a short period in any approved chambers. Tested sometime in 2010, the mechanic seemed to be easier to use for Valve's puzzle designers, given Robot Repair showed at least 4 puzzles requiring that, double that of the slow field. But this new mechanic was not meant to be either, and was ultimately scrapped.
Yeah, I cheated. I'm allowed. I'm a developer. I played this map like 500 times. Anyone recognize this room when they played the mod? The Portal 2 team found themselves struggling greatly in 2008. They were initially trying to create a follow-up prequel to the first Portal game using a totally different mechanic that just wasn't sticking. However, a saving grace came in the form of Portal Still Alive, a small-scale project intended to fulfill an exclusivity deal Valve had signed with Microsoft for the Xbox Live Arcade. According to Josh Weir, working on Still Alive reinvigorated the team's spark, convincing them to drop the f-stop mechanic in favor of exploring the portal gun more in depth with a proper sequel. It's no surprise then, with such a monumental shift in project direction that ultimately worked out in the end, that the development team experimented with cheeky nods to the levels of Still Alive. Most likely as a roundabout way to thank the original Flash version map pack for giving them that spark to try Portal 2 anew. Is there another reason why Starlight Escaper 2 wasn't included in Portal Project Beta? Because Starlight Escaper 2 is after the era of development that Project Beta was intended to, like, depict. Project Beta depicts December 2006, and Starlight Escaper 2 is after that, in 2007. I need to let this dev node play out first.
A Restless named SP Destroyed Still Alive appears to reveal that sometime during 2009, the Still Alive bonus chambers 11 and 8 featured in Portal 2, with the specific assets loaded indicating the player traversed through nearly the entirety of 11 in particular. We don't know where exactly this would have placed in the game, or even if it was anything seriously considered, but we felt like the most natural place to slot it in was during a behind-the-scenes breakout sequence, and the Slowfield course needed some more substance in comparison to the others.
Okay, SP Destroyed Still Alive. I want to talk about that. First of all, why is this playing fan noises? Like, the airboat noises? That's because that's the sound that the Restless loads. Secondly, SP Destroyed Still Alive loads the chamber side model for Still Alive 8, which is this test chamber, the one with the turret. This thing. So we had to have Still Alive 8 in here. And, of course, as mentioned, as everyone in chat is like screaming about, not the trailer chamber, this is Still Alive 11. This is the Flash version this is the Portal 2 rendition of Still Alive 11, remade from the Flash version map pack, which is a remake of the original Flash version by the original developers, and which has this chamber as a remake of the Portal 1 trailer. Do you know how many degrees of separation that is? Like, the trailer, the Flash game, the Flash version map pack, the Still Alive, Portal 2. That's so many versions of this one room. So this is the final, like, state of it. The thing that tipped us off, by the way, to this being, like, because at first we were like, okay, it's just gonna be like, oh, you see them in observation rooms, and then you continue along. But then, like, we actually got to, like, we looked further in, and we realized, oh wait, it loads, like, a weirdly specific version of the concrete wall here that only Still Alive 11 uses. So, yeah. Plus also that thing from trying to seal off the door. Yeah, we're pretty convinced that this was like the entire thing. You'd go through it. Hey, you guys hear that? You guys hear that?
The developer commentary for Portal 2 mentions that the shielding circle of panels that GLaDOS uses to block you from reaching the stalemate resolution button once guarded a personality core instead. This is that setup replicated.
Aquarium. The aquarium core was inspired by an Oregon Coast aquarium advertisement that became an inside joke at Valve at the time. It is faithfully recreated here. Please enjoy the soothing sounds of the aquarium core.
Aquarium. Hello? Aquarium. Aquarium. I wanna go to the aquarium. 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 I wanna go to the aquarium.
Aquarium was very easy to recreate because we already had audio of him from the Oregon Coast ad that Valve really liked joking about. So all we had to do to get him to work here, with all his voice lines, is that we had to go into the ad, cut up all the lines that the fish in the ad says, and then match them to the choreo scenes that Valve had for this guy.
Aquarium. I wanna go.
Because choreo scenes list the length of the voice line, even if we don't have the actual voice line. So we're pretty one-to-one on how he sounded like would have actually sounded like officially.
Aquarium. I wanna go to the aquarium. Aquarium.
Oh, and also, he can feel pain.
Aquarium. Hey.
That's pain sound.
Hey, I wanna go to the. Hey, I wanna go to the aquarium.
Are those the DX8 closed portal textures? Yes, we actually have footage of that several times appearing.
Aquarium.
That's how the closed portal looked.
Hey. I wanna go to the aquarium. Hey, I wanna go to the aquarium. Aquarium. I wanna go. Aquarium. Aquarium. I wanna go to the aquarium. I wanna go. Aquarium. Hey, somebody. Aquarium. I wanna go to the aquarium.
Could you guys consider making this mod in Portal 2 Community Edition? Why? Genuinely, why? There's no reason. And also, the Portal 2 Community Edition devs have a weird hate boner for beta stuff.
Core accepted. Please return to the main chamber.
We wouldn't be able to have the hover turret test map. Because they removed it for some reason.
Crackers. Fish-shaped crackers. That was it. What was I thinking, assuming we'd have a party all about cereal? In any case, whatever you plugged into me, I need more of it. I am beginning to feel more like myself. Here, I will tell the system to open the next door. While you test, I will be busy converting a break room into a wonderful exhibit of marine life. Now, go get me another. I promise I will make it all up to you.
This is my tile now. Why does the rotate key? You hold mouse 2 when you hold an object. Again, this is an actual feature for Portal 2 development. We restored it. But yeah, we get zero benefit out of a P2C thing. There's zero, anything to, we get nothing out of a P2C release other than, look, it's on P2C. What's the point? We have everything we need. It's done. We're not touching this mod, aside from, for patches. Watch it go into the goo. Is it like that in dev test? Yes.
It was really hard to work out standalone catapult chambers, as Valve didn't really depict that many in Portal 2 before they'd start mixing in other test elements. This test chamber is one of our few that we've had to create, choosing to base this one on a combination of Future Starter from the final campaign and a res list of a catapult-only test chamber named SP Catapult Fling Intro. Expect to see more of these mixed in with levels that are either taken from the leaked dev test map, such as the one at the start of this course, or downgraded versions of levels seen in the final game that we could confirm existed this far back.
Cool, support powers card. Again, we don't need these features! This is the beta remake! It's not meant to look good! It's meant to look shit! It's a beta remake! The beta doesn't look good! It looks bad! That's on purpose! Sorry, oh my god. Anyways, isn't the object rotation used for 6 cents? No, it is not. 1-to-1 is a separate system.
When we backported the Portal 1 cube for our mod, we brought it over 1-to-1 with no modifications, which was fine until we got reports from playtesters who struggled to complete the catapult course. While the cubes are small enough to fit through portals under normal conditions, the cubes are actually wider than portals if you measure them from corner to corner. Thanks to the angular impulses imparted by the catapults, cubes would frequently enter portals at just the wrong angle, leading to the corners of the cube snagging on the solid walls around the portals. This issue was painfully inescapable in this chamber, where the cube's graceful journey to the exit would abruptly end, with the cube ricocheting off of the player's portals, requiring the player to carry the cube through the chamber manually. Valve did reduce the cube size for the final game, likely because of this exact issue we were facing ourselves, but we struggled to find evidence of the cube size being reduced before its model was overhauled in early 2010. Every screenshot we found featuring the Portal 1 cube showed it at its original, unmodified scale. As a compromise, we chopped off the corners of the cube's physics mesh to stop it from snagging. It may be inaccurate, but it fixed the issue, preserving the player's puzzle-solving experience without contradicting the facts we
Oh my god, I got a phone call, hang on.
do know about the cube from Portal 2's development.
One moment. Okay, I'm back. Hello. So, yeah, Portal 1 doesn't have the issue of cubes getting snagged on portals. Actually, it does, it's just much more harder for it to happen. The reason why we, have to do that for this mod is because when a catapult flings an object, it randomly rotates. Which makes the cube, again, as mentioned, much more susceptible to getting stuck on the corners of portals.
Yes, this is that chamber from the cooperative campaign that can be solved solo. The sole reason why it's here is because it has many 2009 geometry-style remnants. Yes, we were desperate. Don't take this as gospel that this level definitely existed in 2009 as a single-player level.
The cube only button is the retail version. Incorrect, actually. This is the beta model for it. It's left over in the files still. Why does it even exist? Because it has to. This is one of the only times in Project 2009 that we completely made up a level with no res list or robot repair reference to base it off of. Instead, we based this level off of a strange wall catapult design that only features in the second half of the prior comp level that we removed, being a circle shield model that was mounted onto a piston. Why the remaining Portal 1 assets in retail with tinted yellow? F-stop. The answer is f-stop. The circle shield is a thing protecting the cores in Core Hub.
A level we only had a map name for from Robot Repair. We chose to make this the grand finale of the Catapult course, as the prospect of basing the chamber around some kind of central tower that would mark the exit of the test chamber sounded really interesting, and fits with Valve's level design philosophy with Portal 2 of making the player feel like they've achieved something really cool.
Bit longer answer for why they're tinted yellow-ish is that they were recolored to fit with the color palette of f-stop. They didn't remove all these assets, but they didn't put them back in when developing Old Aperture. Old Aperture development is something that we're still working out, but what I can tell you is that Old Aperture, the earliest reference to Old Aperture that we have is February 2010. Some of the SDK provided VMFs for Portal 2 include the enrichment sphere interior that you're inside in the underground chambers. The instance for the enrichment sphere is dated to February 2010 if you do the editor build calculation. So we know they had the idea of Old Aperture that far back. Where it would have placed in the game, I think there's a strong case to be had that Old Aperture didn't have a place in Portal 2 until they came up with Wheatley betraying the player. Because then we got the point where Old Aperture can easily slot into.
In Portal 2, the entity used for cores is called NPC Personality Core. The NPC doesn't do much on its own, as it utilizes scene files and scripting, allowing for a rich, handcrafted performance from Valve's animators. However, earlier in development, Valve used a different entity, Prop Personality Sphere. This entity is more or less an expanded version of Portal 1's Prop GLaDOS Core, which was used for the 4 cores in its final fight. The new entity includes a Richard and Aquarium core type in addition to the 4 core types from Portal 1. These 2 new core types are able to feel pain, comment on the player's actions, and, if given the proper targets, respond dynamically to the environment. During the mod's development, we opted to use the NPC instead, as the prop was left in a bad state in the final game. It was given the newer personality sphere model and stripped of its animations. We decided to try various methods to get the NPC to behave like the prop, such as VScript or the NPC's custom responses. Turret voice lines were used as a placeholder while testing the latter, but it was soon found that the NPC's responses were left in a bad state as well. This led to a bug that caused every sphere using this system to repeatedly play turret activation sounds. It sounded something like this. In the end, newer advancements allowed us to fix the original prop entity Valve had used, thankfully saving us from the turret cores.
Does Quint have a model in this? How do we tell him? Chat? How do we tell him? All the new advancements, the plugin. The plugin let us fix the prop personality sphere entity.
One 18.25-ounce packaged chocolate cake mix, 1 can prepared coconut pecan frosting, 3/4 cup vegetable oil, 4 large eggs, 1 cup set sweet chocolate chips, 3/4 butter or margarine, 1 and 2 cups all-purpose flour. Don't forget garnishes such as shaped crackers, fish-shaped candies.
Core accepted. Please
Could the
return to
aquarium
the
core
menu.
have been removed due to copyright? You're never gonna believe this. You're never gonna believe why they got the space core instead of the aquarium core.
Chamber. Rhubarb. Rhubarb. Fish-shaped crackers and rhubarb. Oh, sorry. I am just thinking about what ingredients I will need to get in the event I decide to bake a delicious cake. Why am I thinking about that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe we will find out together. It's all feeling so oddly familiar, like I've done all this before. Well, whatever it is, I am willing to bet the answer lies behind this next door. Good luck.
Does this imply the cores from Portal 1 did not actually get incinerated? I don't think they ever really worked it out that far. Maybe they were just... Maybe they just never got incinerated. What's the text speech used for GLaDOS? It is Crystal TTS from, I think, original Microsoft text speech. They used Crystal in Portal 1 development. So we used placeholder Crystal here too. The light bridges are a direct evolution of the blue plasma fields first seen in Portal the Flash version. They were adapted into the map pack remake, and then finally ended up in Portal Still Alive with a brand new texture. When it came time to create mechanics for Portal 2, Valve took the blue plasma field and created what they named the projected walls, turning these fields from a stationary blocker to something that the player could place anywhere with their portals. We knew from E3 footage that the bridges used the texture of the blue plasma field from Still Alive, but we never saw what their emitters would have looked like before they received a unique model. Looking back at their Still Alive origins, reusing the model of the Fizzler emitters made sense as a placeholder, in the same vein as lasers using pellet models.
Valve really wanted to use light bridges in the same way as Still Alive used its blue plasma fields, to the point they developed an entire level dedicated to showing players that it was possible to shoot portals through bridges. They would even record GLaDOS dialogue in 2010 to really make sure players knew. Here's that line.
You know, I'm not supposed to do this, but you can shoot something through the blue bridges.
We are not a 2010 remake though, so we can't use this line. And we also don't know any of what the level entails beyond the core concept. So this level is the best hypothetical restoration we got.
Do we know when tractor beams were introduced? I would say early 2010 or even late 2009. Somewhere around the point that like gel gets introduced. A 2010 restoration simply for the more blatantly flirty GLaDOS lines. Do you know what Valve would have done to the internet if they released like Portal 2 and like Portal 2 storyline as it was in 2010? Do you know? Do you know what they would have done? Do you know how much power they would have had? Like, people are already like very not normal about GLaDOS. If they had like the very explicitly like Yuri lines that they had in 2010, holy shit, they would have fucking broken the internet.
A res-listed level is named SP Climb for LOS, which means to climb for line of sight. This chamber only featured toxic goo and a light bridge, so we decided to make a level that takes advantage of being able to repeatedly shoot your portal in such a way that the light bridge raises you, so that you can eventually gain visibility of other portal surfaces. Another res-list we recreated, SP Angled Bridge. This level also only contained a light bridge and toxic goo. I wonder if you could spot a trend. Because of 2009 still being when Portal 2 was finding its footing, it makes sense that there be levels that were more so experimenting with ideas rather than full-blown puzzles. A good example of this being Shoot Through Bridges.
Yet another resless level, this one referred to as SP Turret Islands. This level contains a light bridge, toxic goo, and, hey, turrets. And platforms? This level actually loads all of the assets required for the Test Chamber 18 turret setup. And given the name Turret Islands, it made enough sense that this level would likely feature a similar goal of needing to destroy all the turrets before you can reach the exit. Only now, you're using yourself and a light bridge, rather than an energy pellet.
Did we not? Did you guys not run into issues combining the levels of a course into a single map? Well, the thing that makes it easy is that look at how bland these are. Like, oops. Like, it's like 20 entities in this room alone. It's not like Portal 1, which have a lot of, like, ropes, like, as detailing. So it makes it easy to combine everything. The only issue that we had was the mix-up course. You should really play Portal Retract. I've not only played Retract, I'm friends with the creator of it.
While we could be sure thanks to Robot Repair's listing that the laser, slowfield, and catapult courses all had their very own distinct rooms, the same could not be said for the wall course. There was no wall core room in the list, only a generic core room, presumably used for placeholder reasons. This is why you're seeing a repeat of the catapult core room, as we figured it was the most fun of the core rooms to play. Being realistic, the generic version was likely something more in the vein of the laser core room.
Why would the Apstra employees make an anger core for the already murderous AI? Are they stupid? Funnily enough, they actually retroactively, tried to justify this with the Portal 2 official guide. Because the Portal 2 official guide calls the anger sphere the emotion core. Like, its purpose is to regulate, like, GLaDOS' emotions, and in Portal 1, GLaDOS is just so fucking angry that, like, the core only feels hate.
Core accepted. Please return to the main chamber. Finally. I understand now. I remember everything that happened, but there is still something missing. I want to let you go, but I need to ask you to do one more favor for me. There is one last module behind this final door. You have done very, very well so far. I could almost call myself proud of you. But, before I can write that in your permanent testing record, I need you to bring me the part at the end of this course. We have come so far together. If you can get me this, I promise I will let you go. No tricks. In fact, there might even be a cake waiting for you when you are done. But be careful. The tests behind that door are very dangerous. You will need to use everything you have learned to survive. Good luck.
Why is that achievement buttons in the menu that doesn't work? I've explained it earlier in the stream. This is a recreation of a menu that we saw in PAX footage.
Certain chambers in the final game can leave breadcrumbs behind as to where they were located during this era of development. For instance, the cube in this chamber is named Laser Cube Wall Mix-Up Start Cube. Now, this is the most overt reference in the final game, but there are others. For example, we have Room 6 Laser in Laser vs. Turrets and Room 8 Laser and Laser Relays for the Laser course, Projector 1 in Bridge Intro and Projector 3 in Bridge the Gap for the Wall course, Projector 1 in Pull the Rug and Projector 3 in Stop the Box for the Mix-Up course, These entities were given names like these by Valve due to courses containing many puzzles in a single map. While these names are helpful for organization, they also allow the entities to be turned off after the player leaves their respective chamber, saving on resources.
GLaDOS animations look rough. Will they be updated? The GLaDOS animations are in a weird state because the entire sequence where at the start is like based on an actual choreo scene. It's just that we don't know the exact details of the animation. Like, it's playing the leftover scene file in the game.
Slowfield Marathon is one of the first levels recreated for Project 2009, dating back to the very origins of the project. It's based on a file name called SP Catapult Marathon, which was conspicuously placed inside a folder named Require Slow Time. While that map was intended to be used with the slow time mechanic, we decided to adapt the idea for a Slowfield puzzle instead due to the mechanical similarity. Thus, we designed this puzzle around being a marathon run of catapults that utilized the Slowfield, ensuring players would have the reaction time necessary to pull off some cool feeling moves.
Yeah, what Disco said also is good. Addendum. If we knew what the actual lines that were playing there, we would probably be able to more accurately depict it. Featured very briefly in a lesser-known Portal 2 showcase at Gamescom 2010, what we believe to be titled Catapult Course based on a res list is one of the only times we've ever seen a Valve-designed puzzle use an angled light bridge. However, we only saw a partial view of the test chamber. There was very clearly more. What we've designed here is our best interpretation of what the full puzzle might have been. Is a zoomed-in FOV something that Slowfields actually did? Yes. I don't think we made this clear enough, but the Slowfield that we have in the mod is not us recreating it. That is just the actual VScript left over in Portal 2's files being hooked up again to be functional. Like, not functional, just triggered.
Out of all the mechanics in Project 2009, Slowfield was the most problematic for us in terms of mapping. Compared to other mechanics like lasers or projected walls, we had very little information regarding how Slowfields were intended to be used by Valve, let alone the puzzles that featured them. So, when we needed to fill gaps in the Slowfield and mix-up courses, we had no choice but to come up with our own chambers from scratch. Given the unconventional nature of Slowfield as a mechanic, it took us a lot of trial and error to come up with the puzzles you see here in the final mod. Throughout all that iteration, we figured out two key design principles that helped us to design Slowfield chambers that were satisfying to play. Firstly, make the chamber gimmicky. Slowfield does not fit the slower methodical style of Portal's puzzles. It is, by design, a rule of cool gimmick mechanic that tests the player's reaction time more so than their ability to plan ahead. As a result, the Slowfield chambers we'd built upon the gimmickiness of the mechanic, chambers that primarily force the player to react to oncoming danger, were far more engaging for playtesters and level designers than trying to shove the mechanic into a typical Portal-style puzzle. For example, this chamber started with the core concept of player destroys turrets with lasers while flying through the air. The layout was then carefully crafted to funnel the player towards performing said action, using the extra step of fetching the cube to teach the player the fling maneuver and thus drum up anticipation for the big moment itself. Secondly, the less the player has to do while slowed down, the better. The extra leeway provided by Slowfields ensures players of all skill levels can perform any difficult, time-critical action the chamber throws at them, but the Slowfield does not provide enough leeway for the player to perform more than one action. In the initial draft of this chamber, the catapult was an angled portal panel, the idea being that the player would use portals to put themselves in an infinite fling loop, using subsequent loops to redirect the laser at the turrets and then fling themselves towards the exit. On paper, it sounded like a perfect gimmick for a Slowfield chamber. In practice, however, the simple act of letting go of the cube and shooting a portal and grabbing the cube, all while in midair under the Slowfield's strict time limit, was too much to pull off, let alone difficult to indicate as the intended puzzle solution. So, we streamlined the fling, replacing the portal surface with a catapult, allowing players to focus primarily on placing a portal or redirecting the laser, as well as giving them plenty of time to appreciate the fruits of their turret slaughter.
Hey, my entire bag of Maltesers. Munchies. Sphere Peak is a strange level in that we're always finding new things about its old iterations. One of the most peculiar finds was an indicator line facing out of bounds that is intended to be on the cube dropper. The only way that sense could be made of this indicator line was if the entire region with the dropper and laser was rotated 180 degrees, which is what you're seeing now. It kind of looks disgusting, but frankly, we've seen worse from 2009 Portal 2. Fact. That was an observation room here. So we restored it. Thank you. This is my restoration, for the record. Why is the observation room red? Weird cube map issues. I don't know. We don't know. The only solution that we've had has been to remake the brush from scratch. We don't know why it turns red or blue. It just does.
This is one of many maps with the design taken straight from the final game, but with one notable omission. The final version of this chamber has laser relays on all the platforms, which guide the player on where to redirect the laser. However, our version doesn't have these relays, as Entity ID searching reveals that the laser relays are one of the last elements added to the map. This meant that for accuracy reasons, we had to remove them. In playtesting, players who were less familiar with the final game struggled a lot with this chamber, not knowing where they needed to redirect their laser. This last-minute change from Valve shows how crucial laser relays can be to test chamber design, acting as a visual indicator to players where their laser needs to go.
Something else about this chamber is that, ignoring that. The chamber used to be even shorter, like taller. So we restored that. Like, I don't think anyone really noticed that this chamber is like a single voxel taller. Favorite core? I don't have one. Wheatley Chamber. This was originally meant to be in Act 2 of Portal 2, this chamber, when Glaus is repairing the facility. And you can kinda tell when you look at the Wheatley Chamber, because it has like some Wheatley stuff, sure, but it fits a lot more of Act 2 visually. It got moved to Act 4 later, like pretty much exclusively because it was the only chamber that was like hard enough to not fit in Act 2, and then they incorporated that sequence of like moving the chamber, which they can only really get away with here because this chamber is entirely enclosed. It's a very weird Wheatley chamber. Wheatley really did steal the test chamber. Yeah, I'm convinced that like part of the joke of like Wheatley stealing GLaDOS chambers is because he technically they reused GLaDOS chambers for Wheatley that was scrapped. Well, scrapped at first. Moved over.
Column Blocker from Portal 2 is one of the rare few levels that we actually have the raw map sources for, provided to us by Valve in the Portal 2 authoring tools. In the scripts for Column Blocker is a disabled handrail, much like the one preventing you from walking into the goo on the right of the test chamber, only it was seemingly placed in the middle of the wide open floor. Given the use of handrails was to prevent players from walking right into goo, we took this as a sign to extend the goo pit further into the level, only providing the necessary space for the puzzle to still function.
Laser Relay Bridges was another map that we only had the name of, so we had a lot of creative freedom designing the puzzle. Before the final idea was landed on, the puzzle we had for Laser Relay Bridges involved supporting 3 redirection cubes on a light bridge in a small box-like chamber. This was pretty uninteresting to solve, so the puzzle was completely redesigned to revolve around firing a light bridge and a laser through a portal together, much like the final puzzle. It still took a while to get the final puzzle design though. The redesigned version originally spanned across 2 rooms, and featured turrets and pillars that you would take care of using the laser. The layout was later condensed down to make the puzzle as a whole easier to see, and the turrets removed to improve its pacing.
Do we know this wasn't a turret intro, or do we not know? There is an earlier turret intro map, but we don't know what it looks like. Because here's something that we know about from the transition list v-scripts. So the transition list and GLaDOS voice lines are they are controlled by 2 different v-scripts, one for choreo, one for transition lists. I forgot which one has dimension, but in dimension of one of them is like a whole like list of like, oh yeah, these maps are being renamed from this to that. And one of them is SP Advanced Turret Intro being renamed to SP A2 Turret Intro. Which means the turret intro in the final game is an advanced version of whatever original turret intro they had. It's very strange. We don't know if the level was in 2009. It probably wasn't. Had Ellen recorded all the missing GLaDOS lines at this point? She probably did. I believe, if my memory serves me right, she talked about how in Portal 2 development, she was in the office constantly recording new GLaDOS lines. So I have to imagine that a lot of the GLaDOS lines that we didn't have audio of, there probably actually is recordings of all the GLaDOS lines with Element doing them, but we just don't have those files.
And so we finally arrive at the Morgan Freeman sphere. Or is it the Paranoid sphere? Which is he? It turns out this separation literally did not exist. There was only the Richard core type, named after Richard Lord, an animator on Portal 2. There never was a Morgan Freeman sphere implemented as it was envisioned. The Richard sphere was effectively the Paranoid sphere up until they started experimenting with giving the player a companion throughout the entire intro. He may not be the same as the GDC footage, which utilized a Portal 1 core model, but this is him alright. Enjoy seeing how he reacts to the world around him.
There you are. No hard feelings.
Lady, get your hand. Oh, put me down, because I doubt very much that you are prepared for the. Bloody hell. Lady.
I don't blame you.
Oh, come on.
That's the thing.
Oh, you monster. You're killing me. Hey, you, come on.
So he, you know how he is, he has a little trap set up, so we made a little traps for him to have.
Brilliant. Turn back. Oh, we're in so much trouble. Oh, let's just go home. You're bloody joking.
She has more about this traps. We don't really know how to work. I don't think anyone on the team has really figured out how to work the info target personality sphere entity, which was, I think, intended to be used as like you are standing in a contextual area to say something. Say this line.
Both of us. Oh, we are absolutely doomed. You monster. You're killing me. You monster. You're killing me. You monster.
When you plug the final core in, the game will suddenly fade to black with an end of playtest screen, before playing smooth jazz and popping up an exit image. This is the exact descriptor Josh Weir gives in A Profound Waste of Time issue number 4, of how the Portal 2 Overwatch demo ended. What exactly an Overwatch demo entails is effectively an internal showcase to Valve's Overwatch, a group of higher-ups which tend to determine the wider company's interest in if a project should be developed further. Unfortunately, there was no full ending for 2009 Portal 2 planned, and there likely never was beyond a vague notion like GLaDOS would have let you leave Aperture after you helped rebuild her. Shortly after October 2009, Wheatley was introduced to the game, and the story began to shift and change to accommodate for his presence, officially marking the end of the Core Hub era, and, with that, the end of Project 2009's recreated campaign. We at Inquiry Software thank you for playing Project 2009. We hope you had fun, and we hope you learned something new today. Which Still Alive remix is this? It's a release of the stems, I think, that we found. So it's like some of the raw Still Alive stems. One more thing. The museum. We're not done yet. Welcome to the Museum for Project 2009. Head to the right if you're interested in learning more about how we developed the mod. The archaeological section focuses more on Portal 2's development, as well as going into more detail about how we figured out certain things. The recreational section shows development material from Project 2009 itself, including concepts such as model remakes and a lot of in-jokes. Alternatively, if you want to play some bonus maps, go to the left. Taking the sights. I'm willing to bet this is broken still. Yes, it is. Excellent. Since we know it is likely that Glaus had full dubbing during this era, well, the reason we couldn't get Impressionist to be close to what we had. We do have an Impressionist, she just can't do the remaining lines because of health issues. The fact that you didn't even realize that we had an Impressionist is probably a good sign of how good she was. There it is. Okay. Pre-Hub 01 Remnants. Displayed here is the exact remnants we found of Pre-Hub 01 in the Art Removal Viz group of a soundscape instance. One of the most interesting cases about these leftovers is that it reveals the observation room in the redesigned Chamber 01 and surrounding wall are all actually taken from Test Chamber 09. This creates a unique situation as we aren't sure as to which chamber's destruction pass came first, but we lean towards Chamber 01. What lines did she do? She did the Chamber 01 lines, the Chamber 02 lines, Chamber 4 and 5 lines. She did the Chamber 12 lines and the Chamber 13 lines. The rest are all real lines or the text-to-speech. Wall Destruction Prefabs. For the final game, Valve used a lot of prefab instances of destroyed sections of floors, walls, and ceilings. However, looking at 2009 screenshots and comparing them to the final game seems to reveal that Valve uses instances as far back as 2009, only with earlier brush rate as replaced as of the final game. Displayed in front of you is the best possible restorations of these instances. So these are the 2009 ones, these are the retail ones. Textures. Displayed on the wall here is a standard texture palette for the pre-hub and post-hub levels. These textures still reside in the final game's files, but the materials needed some additional tweaks to match how they looked earlier in development. Yep. And here's this guy. Old BTS wall. This texture, white wall tile 004C, stands out among the final set of overgrown textures and is textured entirely differently to them, especially because the remade equivalent, white wall 004F, does not override it. Looking at texture schemes between brushes in Return to Chamber 19, it seems as if Valve originally created the overgrown textures to act as the BTS white wall set, making this the only surviving remnant of that original design. Still Alive Observation Room. This observation room, which originates from Still Alive 11 in the Flash version map pack, is 192 units wide, a size which never appeared in Portal 1. Valve ripped the room and turned it into one of their many observation room instances in Portal 2, seeing use all over the game. It would eventually receive a bespoke window frame model and further updates to bring it more in line with the final art direction. On display here is the room in its original form. Here they are. Paranoid Aquarium. Light panels. A direct evolution of Portal 1's light holes. Valve created light panels that act as a version of light holes that can be used on any surface, while also coming in multiple light temperatures, with neutral, warm, and cold tones having been made. The instances for these are left over in the authoring tools, including a version with a frame. These light panels evolved into the final game's light strips, drawing particular attention on the large 128 unit panel seen to the left, as instance replaced with a set of 4 light strips to fill the same amount of spaces. So, demonstration, Portal 1 light hole, the light panel, its frame, and the big version. These became like the little strip lights, you know, lights that are like strip. Nice little gallery of screenshots. Portal door hole. Seen in dev tests is the very original connecting portal hallway that Valve utilized all over the post-up courses, but modified and very broken. This exhibit displays the original condition of the portal door hole found in dev test before it was restored for Project 2009. Era timeline. As of the 19th of August, 2026, this is our best understanding of Portal 2's development timeline. It will always be subject to change as the situation develops and more information is discovered. Take a look. Directed Design Experiments, 2007. Initial showcase of f-stop and time mechanics. Gabe Newell decrees f-stop be Portal 2. Aperture Paranormal, 2007. Ghost focused attempt at adapting the f-stop mechanic into a game. F-stop, 2008. First proper iteration of Portal 2. Prequel focused on f-stop mechanic and Cave Johnson. Portal Still Alive development, 2008. F-stop development pauses the ship Left 4 Dead 1. Some of Portal 2's team develops Still Alive. Hybrid Era, 2008. Development resumes. Project reboots a Portal gun while using f-stop and new mechanics. Core Hub Era, 2009. Valve ships a sequel featuring personality cores taking over a destroyed Aperture Science. Protosphere Era, 2009. Experiments with Paranoid Sphere evolving into Wheatley, who gets incorporated. Game Informer Era, 2010. Valve announces Portal 2 to the world via a Game Informer magazine. Multi-Core Era, 2010. Experiments of having multiple cores in Portal 2 storyline. E3 Era, 2010. Second major public showcase of Portal 2. Storyline starts to shift to Wheatley as the antagonist. Pre-tail Era, 2010. Portal 2 begins to coalesce into the final game piece by piece. Portal 2 Sixens Motion Pack, 2011. Sixens Entertainment is granted early access to Portal 2 to begin developing Motion Pack for the Razer Hydra. Crunch Era, 2011. Valve extends content launch date by extra month, sending company into crunch time. Retail. Final game releases on April 18, 2011. Aperture Paranormal is a very obscure section of Portal 2 development. We only know about its existence from mentions of an f-stop thing called Prop Tombstone and a whistleblower who worked with Valve formerly, who detailed a strange prequel concept. No, not prequel. Sequel where it was like hunting ghosts with the camera. We know the camera was the f-stop camera was at one point called the Aperture Spirit camera because of Portal 2 Community Edition accidentally leaving in a command from f-stop that calls it the Spirit camera. It's very strange. It's very weird. I'm gonna be real. This probably was like a week in development before it became f-stop. Like, I'm gonna be honest. It was probably like a week. This is our credits wall. Special thanks to We Create Stuff for Portal Flash version, its Backpack remake, and museum assets. Talk about Waffle Did Waterfall. My friend Almighty Kale is responsible for the marble texture. This thing. What's your favorite era? I only have one. The recreational section, as established, is like our shitposts. This thing is, this thing comes from someone's dream. We just have it here because it's funny. What era would teaser trailer be? Around E3. Tomodachi Life? I think it's based on Tomodachi Life. Moving along. Oh well, there it goes. And here's the evolution of the Carcass remake that we have. This was the very original model that was used. This was we didn't talk about this one. We got another one here. This is like right before we got this one. These are original 2009 pictures. This section is us just joking around, as established here. Like, this is material from us developing the mod. This is actual Portal 2 stuff over there. Do I hear Alien Swarm Syntec Residential Mall? Yes, that is. The music that you're hearing right now is from Alien Swarm. We're using it for the museum because Valve used it in a advertisement for Portal 2. The bird was because this is actually a screenshot from when we had Chamber 11 before we realized it didn't exist. Someone just put a bird in it. No one really knows why or how it got there. And here are the bonus maps. Let's play the selection course. So, as established in the developer commentary, we believe the selection course was made, but it wasn't really anything beyond the E3 video. So, here is the E3 map recreated in 2009 aesthetic.
Uh-oh.
Because this is a 2009 remake of E3, we don't have the pool panel breaking sequence. What species is your sonar? This is a shark mixed with a dragon. Hope that helps.
Who's there?
Okay, so you know this area from, these areas from E3. Like, that's pretty defined. The thing is that the res list for the E3 level seems to indicate there was one more section involving redirection cubes and spheres. So we made this as something to fill the gap. Spheres are evil and bouncy, it's true. ...2009 dev test. Let's go. So this is us taking the dev test level included in Portal 2's files. No, not Portal 2's files, but in the Switch ports files. This is the internal dev test level that Valve made. It starts with the Portal 1 dev test. Magic Crash Hole. This is a map that the developers use to test to make sure nothing's broken. Why is that loading zone here? It save loads between each room. Like, it's not like loading a new level, it's just changing, it's just saving. Like that. This is the one catapult course map. Boom. There's not really too much to say about Dev Test. Like, it's just a restoration of Dev Test using how it would have looked in 2009. Including the gel shader. This is taken from Alien Swarm because it has it has an earlier gel shader in it. And the sounds are from, as established earlier in the stream, this is what they used before they got the fancy new sounds. Did the funnels exist in 2009? We don't know. None of the maps that I named with like the 2009 like prefix reference them, so we're pretty sure that there was no trap beams at first. Maybe later. So, before I exit the course, remember how I showed how, like, the post-hub courses look like, with all the world portals they're split up against? Well, Gels in 2009, at the very end. Never in the actual campaign. But there were test maps for him. We know that much from the finals of Portal 2. Anyways, about that world portal thing. This is how the map split up. And this is that hallway that's mentioned in the museum, the portal door hole. We know that's the name of it because of entity names. So yeah, the way that the courses look like in this mod when you no clip is accurate, like 100% accurate to how Valve did it. Test hover turret bonk. It's this map from the screenshot. Look at our hover turrets. Why doesn't retail use my world portals? Are they buggy? Not that they're buggy, just that they're very expensive to render. Especially when there's 5 million of them in every level. So yeah, I'm fairly, like, convinced that this is the test level that they made for the hover turrets, rather than, like, a serious level, because, I mean, there's, like, boots and shit laying around. But hover turrets planned in 2009. I don't really have anything to say. Just here. We didn't have the full list of hover turret sounds because they use a lot of 2 bullets 1 wrench voice clips. We only have that one attacking sound from, like, another game. I forgot which one. Pre-Hub 11. The missing map. The one instance of the world portal in the retail campaign is in repulsion polarity. That's not the only time that it appears. World portals, lesser known, also appear in the Wake Up map.
In order to ensure that sufficient power remains for core testing protocols, all safety devices have been disabled.
Oh, shit.
Devices have been disabled.
Yeah, this is the ancient part of 2009 map. The version with the bird isn't like a version, and also the bird NPC does not exist in Portal 2.
Well done. In the event that oxygen is no longer available in the Enrichment Center, an auxiliary air supply will be provided to you by an Aperture Science Test Associate, if one exists.
There are birds in Portal 2, yes, but the crow is a single dynamic prop. It's not an actual NPC. Alright, and the final bonus map is our mock-up of what a core room for the wall course would have looked like. Wasn't there another attempt at remaking the Portal 2 beta? There's been like 5 million attempts at remaking the Portal 2 beta. It just depends on people didn't have a good understanding of what Portal 2 beta even meant back then. Oh well, that's happened. So with that, there's only one thing left to do now. Again, once more, this project was not just me. A lot of people had their hands on this project. A lot of people came by, had their piece. And 4 years after starting, we're done. So, that's it. That was Project 2009. A full restoration of 2009 Portal 2 to the best of our ability. If anyone has any remaining questions about the project, this is your last chance on the stream. If there's any questions after the stream, put them in the Portal Series Beta Research Discord. Someone will undoubtedly have something to say. What was the name of the Glass voice actor? I didn't see her during the credits, so... she has a bit of a rocky public relationship. We are gonna... I need to ask her how she actually wants to be credited, in the case that she does. But just know that her being uncredited was not a mistake. She just doesn't have much of a public presence. What engine version is this? This is Portal 2. As explained in the developer commentary, is Portal 2, but with a plugin running. Where did the main menu background come from? This is a piece of concept art of 2009 Portal 2. This is the concept art that actually is used as the default banner on Steam. Will there be an extension to the story? No. This is all there was. This is all there ever will be. Are there any more projects you're going to work on after this? We've had Project 2010, and we've had Project 2008. Those are side things that we've been working on around the same time as 2009. It's just that 2009 is the most complete and full. I'm going to say right at the bat, do not, and I mean this, do not expect 2008 or 2010 anytime soon. This was 4 years just for 2009. It would take even longer to do 2008 and 2010. Right now, more than anything, we just want to have a break. We just want to have a break. We've dedicated 4 years of our lives to this one mod. Do you have any other big plans after this, or just whatever happens? Myself, I have plans. How long did it take the mod? How long did it take to make the mod? 4 years, as established. we started shortly after I made my initial video on the Core Hub era, and our understanding just evolved and evolved. Will there be an extended version? What's the extended version? You repair GLaDOS and she lets you go. That's it. It's like an extra hour, maybe. Wasn't there Google Docs about the Portal eras? There was at one point, but they're very outdated. This mod is the best you can have right now. What happens to Mel, do you think? It's up to you. I was the one who wrote the fabricated GLaDOS lines. I intentionally wrote them vague enough that you can choose to say that either GLaDOS is planning on killing Mel or she's being completely genuine. Given a lot of the vocal direction for GLaDOS that we know from 2009, like, you heard how she starts in pre-hub. She, like, does that evil laughter, and then, like, it's revealed she's a pre-recorded message. It's like an inverse of Portal 1, where, like, you think GLaDOS is pre-recorded, but she's real. So, inverse of Portal 2, you think she's real, but she's pre-recorded. It makes sense to... That's kind of how I approached it. The idea that, like, things are inverse here from Portal 1. So, I was writing them with the intention that GLaDOS was being genuine. But, if you want to take them... If you want to take it as GLaDOS is lying and she's gonna kill her, you can do that. This is a fabricated, like, those are fabricated lines. This is what I rewrote to fill the gap. When is an update coming out? We don't have an ETA for the update. Any updates that come will be bug fixes, tiny bits of polish, or when we finally get someone to record GLaDOS lines. And also the Morgan Freeman Sphere voice actor, our proper one. What's your opinion on Epicenter? I don't have an opinion on remake projects. Disco is correct. I have been playing the work in progress dev build rather than the release public build. You gotta make halfway to episode 3. What is that a remake? Like, 2 maps from... I mean 2. Like, 2 maps from the fucking documentary for Alpha 2. Is Zero the truth? Who knows? Any updates on Alive and Kicking? Valve's being stupid. That's it. Valve's just being stupid. Somehow every possible blockage that you could expect, like out of like Valve, like trying to review a mod on Steam, like every possible thing that could go wrong is just going wrong. So I have to deal with that. Will the whistleblower message that talks about Aperture Paranormal be shown? It is publicly available on Valve Archive. Will the process for how the team found out the storyline progression be touched on more, or is that all? We found out about the storyline from the final hours of Portal 2, Biscuit Remnants. Whoa. Yeah. Is the update going to contain a 30 minutes GLaDOS makeout scene? Felt that was missing here. Oh yeah, definitely. I plan to make a bonus map that has Pendleton. Pendleton is not 2009. We have that confirmed now. Pendleton is not 2009. So, if you want to see Pendleton, he's probably 2010. Quint is also in the same position. Like, being completely honest, Pendleton is okay, take Wheatley after Wake Up. Like, take Wheatley after, like, Glass is woken up. That's Pendleton. They just took Pendleton, gave him Wheatley's texture, and renamed him, and that was it. That was Pendleton. We will get the Morgan Freeman Sphere as a bonus map. I think we were planning to have the Morgan Freeman Sphere room, because we actually did recreate that room from the screenshot. We just didn't have it in the bonus maps. Maybe someday we'll get to put that in. Why was Pendleton's name changed anyway? I needed to really think for a moment. Between Pendleton and Wheatley, what is the better name? What is the more catchy name between Wheatley and Pendleton? Is Project 2010 the sequel? Project 2010 doesn't really have a focus right now. There's a lot of potential eras that we could be replicating for 2010. So, there's nothing right now. Why did the 9 dev test map have exposure files and gels? It was a retexture of the dev test map to look like it's in 2009. It wasn't exactly how 2009 dev test would have looked like, because otherwise they would have the slow field. But I think I'm Glass going to the player, I don't really have any opinion on that. I'm not gonna... It's just weird, freaky animation test, and that's all it is. What's your favorite core? I don't have one. Why most of the test chamber is really clean instead of too overgrown? Because that's how they looked in the screenshot. Again, you've seen the screenshot gallery in the museum. That's just how that is just how they looked. Again, we're not making something good here. We're making something that you can learn from. This is research culminated into something that you can play. Can we get dev commentary on bonus maps? I don't really know what would be said about those. Why are there no Easter eggs in the map? Because there's no Easter eggs in the beta. Was there already some sort of advanced chamber bonus idea, like in Portal 1 or Time Trial or something like in 2? Portal 2 had the challenge mode added in later. Bonus maps, advanced chambers in Portal 2 development were considered, but for co-op. There was no advanced chambers for single player in Portal 2 development. So many questions were already answered in a really long speech beginning of the game. Yeah. Yeah. When the concept of turret production line set pieces first crop up? 2010. If you have any question that's oh, when did this really intricate sequence of Portal 2 crop up in development? 2010. Was your guys' decision to make a playable download experience inspired by anything in particular, or mostly just wanting to compile knowledge in an easy to digest way? We mostly just it mostly just came out of okay, let's recreate this for the hell of it. But over time, it became okay, we're discovering a lot of things that no one has ever documented before. So let's sit down and let's make this an archival experience. Let's have some music in. Museum. There's the music, I'm just sitting here. Last question. Do we know why both Portal 1 and 2 models coexist at the same time? Because the Portal 1 chorus is used the Portal 2 model. No. Prop GLaDOS core is broken if you just give it the Portal 2 model, because it's not set up for that. It's Portal 2 2009 Epic Edition. No. Is the mod finished, or is there more to add? Anything that will be added will be like replacing temporary voice acting, fixing bugs, and maybe adding bonus maps in the future. Again, if you found any bugs, just report them in the Discord for Portal Series Beta research. The invite link to Portal Series Beta research is linked on the Increw page for P2009. Does the art direction change abruptly or gradually? It was probably gradually being realistic. Why is there a flashing light for when you grab the cores? It's meant to be the sparks flying out. Is it intentional that cubes still don't easily go through portals aside from that one chamber? All the cubes kind of just are like that. Portal 1 cubes are big. What do you think was the coolest thing in 2009 beta? I kinda like the vibe with the hub. That's about it. It's Quinn 2009. No, definitively 2010. Were there any places where hover turrets are actually put to use, or did they never make it out of the test room? Robot Repair references a few hover turret maps, but we don't know if there were tests. Just like the one that we recreated. An estimate as to how accurate you think the mod is. Maybe about like 60, 70%. 65%. If bonus maps were added, what would they be? More beta stuff? Probably more beta stuff relevant to the era. So, stuff like the Morgan Freeman Sphere room. Hardest thing to recreate in this mod. I mentioned this earlier, it is the hub. The GLaDOS room. Where she is. I'll give it like a few more minutes and then I'll end stream. Gel bonus maps? I don't know, maybe. The dev test kind of covers that already. What would happen if new discoveries are made that require moving the beta content? Maybe would update it. Paint gun definitive 2010. Whatever the Portal paint people pulled over into Portal 2, which was late 2009. Like super late 2009. We're talking like December. Do you think anything in the beta would have fit the final game better than anything Valve ended up doing? I'm not sure. I don't really have any like opinions on like, oh, the beta did this thing so much better. What time would gel? I keep answering this question. It's like the 5th time I've answered when would gel was added. Like December, probably. 2009. How was the slow field made? We had the vid script for the slow field is left over in Portal 2's files. We didn't have to recreate anything. We just it was there. When you're inviting a dev to take a look at this project, who knows? Might do so at some point. Why are there way more core slots compared to the amount of cores you get normally? I have answered this already. My theory as to why. Do you like or dislike Core Hub era more after working on Piazza 9? I'm kinda remained the same. I haven't really changed. Do you think more f-stop stuff will leak out of Valve? I don't know. Are the big portal gates after getting a core still in the code, or was the script recreated? You will have to play developer commentary or look back on the stream VOD later for that one. In the early 2009 paintovers of the parking lot, and the parking lot collapsed, did the catwalks to the doors that lead to the courses die or something? The doors lead. Okay, the doors on the catwalk was never a thing in game. It was always just a conceptual thing. Can we have a Doors Catwalk bonus map so everyone can experience what a bad idea it is? It's a funny suggestion. I've already answered what the most hardest thing to recreate was like several times by now. Alright. Given that people are just repeating questions at this point, I think I'm gonna kill off the stream now. If you have any questions, just look back on the VOD. I will undoubtedly have answered it. See y'all.